Good morning, Commissioner O'Donnell. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Amanda. Yes, I can. How can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Thank you.
Great, great.
Okay, so we're back on the record in case 9704. And I guess we're starting with Ms. Francis, right?
Yes, AOBA would like to call its first witness, Mr. Timothy B. Oliver.
I do.
Please state your name and business address for the record, Mr. Oliver.
My name is Timothy Bruce Oliver, and my business address is 7103 Lake Tree Drive, Fairfax Station, Virginia, 22039.
On whose behalf are you appearing here today?
I am appearing on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington.
And do you have a document before you entitled Direct Testimony of AOBA Witness Timothy B. Oliver, Volume 2 of 2, filed on August 25th, 2023, consisting of 48 pages of testimony, 3 exhibits identified as Schedules TBO 1 through TBO 3, and 3 attachments identified as Attachments A, B, and C respectively?
I do.
Was this direct testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to your direct testimony?
I do have a few changes, or corrections. First, on page 33, line 9, Columbia is spelled incorrectly under District of Columbia. The second O should be a U. Further on the same page, on line 14, May 2nd should read May 18th. And the last correction on this page is strike footnote 13 on line 17 and should be eliminated. Next, on page 45, line 13, the words during the test year should be stricken.
Actually, say that again. Just tell me again which.
On line 13, the words during the test year.
I see. Okay.
And then similarly on line 18, after 2021, that parenthetical that says i.e. within the test year for this proceeding should also be stricken. And those are all the corrections I found.
Mr. Oliver, with these corrections, is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
It is.
Do you adopt this testimony, this direct testimony, as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony identified and marked as of Timothy B. Oliver be marked as AOBA Exhibit 2 and admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, if we might be heard.
So, one sec. So marked. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Washington Gas would just ask that you reserve ruling on the admissibility of it subject to the cross-examination. The company acknowledges that the Commission has a relaxed approach to the admission, but that they weigh the evidence, the probative value of the evidence, and perhaps after some of the cross-examination we might change, but at the moment we don't anticipate objecting, but we'd ask that you just reserve.
so be it. We will. So. So he's
The witness is
I'm a-
available for cross-examination.
okay. Thank you. CCAN. OPC.
No cross.
GSA. Montgomery County. Let's see, Prince George's County. Maryland Energy Administration.
No question.
Staff.
No questions.
WGL.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Oliver.
Good morning, Mr. Buckley.
Could I get you to turn, please, to page 44 of your testimony?
I am there.
Mr. Oliver, I didn't take note of whether you were in the room during the cross-examination of Ms. Nufrio, but were you in the room or watching on the television?
I was watching most of it online, but I was engaged in other activities too. But
Okay.
I'm aware of most of the cross of Nufrio.
Fine. Do you recall that there was some discussion between your counsel and Ms. Nufrio about what your recommendations in the proceeding was?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want you to focus to start with. Let's look down on line 19. starting on line 19, your second recommendation there, sir, where you state that the commission should direct Washington Gas and AltaGas to terminate the Washington Gas Service Company role. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
So I want to start in talking about that recommendation. Let's get some terminology straight so that, during the cross-examination, when you use a phrase and I use a phrase, we at least understand each other, okay?
Okay.
So also during the cross-examination yesterday, your counsel used two terms with witness Nufrio, which I'm happy to use, one of which was holding company and the other is operating company. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall.
And you're happy to use those terms as Ms. Nufrio and your counsel agreed, right?
Yes.
Good. So,
I would maybe add one further layer
Okay.
to those explanations.
Actually,
That-
either speak up or pull the mic a little closer to you.
Okay, thank you. Is that better?
Yes.
Another layer is that there's also a third sort of facet to it, which would be a utility holding company. And that would describe a holding company that only has regulated operations under its corporate umbrella. Where otherwise it would be, if you have unregulated affiliates, it would be an energy holding company. If you have regulated and unregulated. And if you don't have any regulated operations, whether it's energy or not, it's just simply a holding company. And then you have a utility, which is the operation company. You can have other operations companies under a utility holding company that if they are providing regulated services, they would still be a utility holding company. But like, for example, a service company would be a operating company because it's providing operational support. It's not providing the function of managing entities for financial benefit.
So that's quite an earful. So I'm left wondering when either your testimony or the other AOBA witnesses' serve rebuttal testimony simply uses the word holding company.
Correct.
Which of those two distinctions do you believe that refers to?
Well, I think a holding company is kind of the umbrella term for all those sort of classifications I described.
So
I just want to be clear that a utility holding company, like Washington, AltaGas would not qualify as a utility holding company. It's an energy holding company. And sometimes the use of utility and utility holding company can confuse whether we're talking about a holding company or an operations company. So I was trying to make that distinction, that if the word holding's used, it's referred to a parent company of some degree.
And you're using the phrase utility holding company as a subset of holding company then?
Correct.
Okay. So the other terminology I wanted to see if we can get an understanding with are the use of the phrase service company and service company role. And you do make a couple of references in your testimony. I'm happy to point them to you if you wish, or we can just have the conversation.
Okay, well, I think that's fairly simple there. A service company is a separate entity that provides services to operating companies or other affiliates under the holding company, just in general.
Can we stop there for a second?
Okay.
Okay, so just with service company, a number of times in your testimony you capitalized that, right? So you're calling that a specific...
A separate entity.
Okay, so now
Right.
service company role then.
Service company role is used to describe how the same functions you would normally find and how a service company performs its operations to provide services to the affiliates. Washington Gas's current role appears to be performing those same functions in a similar manner as a separate entity in other corporate structures would.
So to put it in other words, just to make sure we understand each other, when you use the phrase service company role, such as in describing it for Washington Gas performing that, you're talking about an operating company, that is a natural gas distribution company, which also provides corporate shared services.
Correct.
Okay. So the confusion from, or at least the colloquy between your counsel and witness Nufrio was over whether or not you do have a recommendation that Washington Gas not only terminate the provision of shared services, but whether or not it should establish a service corporation or a service company. Did you see that yesterday?
I saw that discussion yesterday, but my recommendation was more narrow and was because we're not telling the company that they have to do something. Management has its own discretion on how they want to organize the company, but if our recommendations goes to the provision of services to non-regulated affiliates, particularly affiliates outside of the WGL Holdings umbrella.
Okay, we're going to come back to this in just a second, but your remark about management having discretion raises a different part of your testimony. Turn please to page 45. And again, I'm continuing with your recommendations at the top of that page on 1 to 2. You recommend that the commission terminate provisions of an agreement with SEMCO. How does that square with your statement that you just made that management has discretion to run its company?
Well, there's two facets to that. First, we found that there was not sufficient justification of the additional executive costs that were incurred from SEMCO to include those costs, and so that should be a reason there to eliminate it. Second would be that, in 9449, Merger Commitment 31 clearly articulates the desire and the commitment by the company to commit to local control. And clearly having an executive from Michigan having oversight over executive activities and utility activities in the Maryland jurisdiction, it's hard to construe that as local control.
So are you familiar with the service agreement that you're referencing in your testimony? Have you reviewed it?
I'm familiar with it.
And do you recognize that that is an agreement which was prepared in response to a state of Virginia statute requirement and filed with the State Corporation Commission of Virginia, which approved it? Are you familiar with that?
That version of the service agreement, yes. As of July 1st, 2022, it was further expanded, and I've yet to see the further iterations of that report.
But nonetheless, that is one that will be submitted to the Virginia State Corporation in accordance with its requirements in the statute, and that they will review and do whatever they wish with it.
Correct. And through discovery in 1169, it was made clear that Washington Gas will comply with each jurisdiction's specific requirements as it relates to affiliate transactions. And Virginia's is different than Maryland and DC's. That's why it was filed there.
So we're going to turn to your qualifications in a second, Mr. Oliver, but you're not an attorney, correct?
Correct.
So the next question isn't seeking a legal opinion, it's simply asking the grounds for your recommendation. On what basis do you believe that the Maryland Commission has the authority to order a rescission of an agreement that the Virginia Commission has authorized and approved? If you have an answer.
I would suggest that, the Maryland Commission has a responsibility to Maryland ratepayers, and if it is found that an agreement in another jurisdiction is not in the interest of Maryland ratepayers, it should, what latitude or what ability it has, it should seek to protect Maryland ratepayers.
I'm going to ask you to turn, please, to page 44 of your testimony, just the previous page. I'm back to talking with you about the service company, use of the phrase service company, and you've explained that you're not making a requirement or a suggestion that Washington Gas establish a service company. Do I hear you correctly?
Correct. There's many of different options. I heard the discussion yesterday about there being only two choices, and I think that's a false dichotomy.
We haven't gotten to that yet. So I just want to ask you on page 44, if you look at line 6, you in bold print have bolded the phrase service company. So why did you write service company there? Why did you bold print it? And as you read those next few sentences, explain why you said you described service company in such flattering terms if you weren't seeking Washington Gas to establish one.
Well, it was bolded there, and I tried to bring attention to it to demonstrate the difference between a separate entity providing services and the shared service model currently employed by Washington Gas, that when you look at it closely, it looks like it is a service company in all but a separate legal entity for all the functions that are being provided. Our issue is more with the unregulated affiliates. We understand, that there has been past relationships with shared services and affiliates for regulated operations, whether it was Hampshire Gas, Frederick Gas, Shenandoah Gas. Those were all shared services for utility operations that were all regulated either by state or FERC regulations.
I'm going to get you to turn, please, to attachment A.
I'm there.
And this is your resume or curriculum vitae, for lack of a better phrase, correct?
Correct.
And very few of these questions are going to come as a surprise to you, Mr. Oliver, since they were sent to you and your counsel last Thursday. We're going to talk about your background and what you have done and what you haven't done. So when I look at your background, and I'll try and shorten this and make this as painless and quick as possible. When I look at your background following the time from your graduation in college, you basically, or at least you only list, two different professional roles that you've had. One working for a short winter in Vail, Colorado, and the balance of your professional career has been with working in, I hope I pronounce it correctly, Reveal
Hill Associates.
Reveal
Correct.
Hill. And by the way, clever name, it's Oliver spelled backwards.
There you go.
But so is that accurate, that I've read your resume correctly?
That is accurate.
Okay. Let's focus just for a second on your winter in Vail. And if you'd see that at the bottom of page 205.
Correct.
And at first I thought that was just a ski resort or something, but Vail Resorts is actually quite a large company and holds ski resorts internationally.
Correct.
Okay, so, but for them though, all you list is that you did on-mountain and in-market research.
I did, yes. I was a market research associate where it was a part-time job, but I did research into demographics, customer satisfaction, customer experience, and other types of specific surveys that Vail provided us as a research team for their partners.
Kind of walked around town with a clipboard and talked to people and got
It was
feedback.
actually a Palm Pilot, a ruggedized Palm Pilot.
I-
But yeah, it wasn't a glamorous job. It was really just asking survey questions and then helping make sure the data was clean and was something that corporate back in Broomfield could utilize.
And I hope you got a little time in to ski.
That was, yeah, some
A
of the
little.
surveys were on chairlifts.
There you go. So your professional background then is having worked with your, I almost said father, with your associate, Bruce Oliver.
Correct.
Okay.
And other, arrangements, other clients and other, we've had contracted other people at times too, so it's not solely with Bruce Oliver. But I've also had, got a master's degree in global energy management. I passed the certified energy manager's exam years ago. So it's not like I have been static with my seek to get more knowledge and more experience. I've been doing this for over 20 years now.
Understood. But you raised your academics, so let's stay with that for just a second. You don't have a bachelor's degree in accounting, correct?
I have a bachelor's degree in analytical chemistry, correct.
Right. And you're not a CPA.
I am not a CPA.
Okay.
I have taken graduate level courses in regulatory accounting, and corporate finance.
I understand. So can you explain, with the basis of your background, do you have any personal experience designing and executing a finance plan for a multi-million-dollar company?
No.
Do you have any personal experience performing or supervising the accounting for corporate shared services for a multi-billion-dollar company?
No.
Have you ever worked for a utility?
No.
Have you ever had the responsibility with a multi-billion-dollar company preparing, managing, or issuing long-term debt in excess of $10 million?
No.
Have you ever assisted with, prepared, or supervised the development of a financing plan for a multi-billion-dollar corporation?
No.
Have you ever assisted with or prepared the development of a cost allocation manual for any corporation with over $1 billion in assets?
There's a couple facets to that response. I have not developed it on behalf of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We have developed our own cost of service models.
No, I'm sorry, not cost of service, a cost allocation manual.
No, I have not.
Okay. Thank you. If you want to continue on the rest of your answer, feel free.
No,
did
I
interrupt.
guess I heard CAM and thought COS.
Okay. I'm going to get you to turn, please, to page 17 of your testimony. Are you there, sir?
I am.
At line 8, you show your, I got to get there. At line 8 there, you show your recommended 50% common equity and 50% total debt recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does your testimony provide any empirical support for that? Do you show the numerical derivation of where that 50-50 split comes from?
So there is empirical support, but I don't think it's the type of support you're thinking of. What I have is Exhibit TBO2, which shows AltaGas's corporate capital structure. And that is the basis that we shouldn't have a capital structure that has common equity above 50-50. And that's a recommendation based on a consumer protection perspective, not necessarily an analytical perspective. I have an analytical support, but it's done for consumer protection so that there is no opportunity for leveraging Maryland ratepayers for the benefit of unregulated affiliates.
I understand your testimony, but the answer to the question is the sole empirical support that you have in your written testimony for the 50-50 is just the AltaGas existing capital structure.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to take you to page 12, please.
Okay. If I may add one thing to that question.
Please,
that
go ahead.
I noticed, and one of the things that I feel like has been missed in this is that my recommendation of a 50-50 capital structure is solely for rate-making purposes. The company is free to utilize an actual capital structure and manage its own timing of debt issuances and equity infusions that may adjust it from the rate-making stance. So this isn't supposed to, couldn't impact credit ratings, it could impact, the
I'm sorry,
costs.
I couldn't hear you. Did you say it couldn't?
It would not and could not, because it's for rate-making purposes. It doesn't change, if you choose to implement or stick with a 52% capital structure, you're allowed to operate with that. But for the purposes of setting rates, it should be based on a 50-50 capital structure.
All other factors being equal, Mr. Oliver, if you substitute a 50-50 capital structure instead of the company's 52.6% equity ratio, that will reduce rates, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that reduction in rates and the signal it sends to the market will not have any influence on a credit agency. Is that your professional opinion?
So, yes, because it is a hypothetical capital structure that's used to set the basis of rates. As I explained, for years we've seen that Washington Gas implements a different capital structure, actual capital structure. And when a credit rating agency is looking at metrics for Washington Gas, it's not factoring in the rates. Sure, the resulting revenues may have some impact on funds from operations and certain other ratios, but it's a small amount and it can be well more than compensated by the utilization of an actual capital structure that differs from the rate-making capital structure, as Washington Gas has done for years.
You lost me there. Did you back up? In the latter part of that answer, you said, sure, it'll have an impact on FFO and other ratios.
It may have a slight impact because of the slight difference in revenues due to the few percentage difference in the capital structure. It may, as you point out, it would have a lower revenue due to lower rates. But that lower revenue is unlikely to be significant enough that it would affect not just Washington Gas's utility operations, but it would almost be unnoticeable in AltaGas's overall operations and their credit ratings.
So when we take account of all of the AOPA recommendations, such as your recommended return on equity, which is significantly below where the commission currently exists.
50 basis points.
I
is
haven't finished yet. If you let me run a list of a couple of the disallowances that you're recommending. So you've got an effective reduction in the return on equity that AOPA is recommending from the current level. You're also recommending disallowances and your, I keep wanting to say dad, your associate witness, Bruce Oliver, has a number of disallowances in his recommendations, such as on the call center expenses, such as on incentive compensations and the like. All those disallowances won't have any impact on a credit agency's assessment of the regulatory environment that Washington Gas operates in?
I believe that the original question was narrower in focus than all the other adjustments, and you were referring to the impact of changing from a proposed 52.69% capital structure to a 50% capital structure on a standalone basis.
That's where
And
we started,
That's what
yeah.
my response was addressing.
Okay. And all of the other ones, either individually or cumulative, do you have a position as to whether a credit agency will be watching and reviewing those results?
I haven't worked for a credit rating agency. I do not know their internal processes and how they weight and evaluate different criteria. So that's my answer to that.
Can I ask you please to turn to page 14 of your testimony? At the bottom of that page, sir, the sentence starting on line 20, if you want to take just a second to refresh your recollection.
What line did you say, Mr.?
Yes, line 20, Ms. Francis, at the very bottom of the page.
I got it.
The sentence started, given that Washington Gas.
I got it.
Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And there you basically state that Washington Gas no longer issues publicly, what's the phrase you use? Well, public common equity.
Publicly marketed common
Yes.
equity.
Do you recall the last time that Washington Gas issued common equity?
Washington Gas Light Company,
Yes,
it'd probably be about 1997.
that's all. Thank you, Your Honor. It's all the cross-examination I have.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe in his last discussion with you, Mr. Oliver, Mr. Buckley referred to your recommendation for a significant reduction in the return on equity. Would you agree with that you were recommending a significant reduction in the return on equity?
I would not. The current ROE authorized by this commission from 9651 was 9.7%. This commission has long had a policy of gradualism and being gradual in movements of rates of return as well as base rates. 15 basis points was based on a roughly 5 basis point per year adjustment as specified in Commission Order 9443 final order. I can get the number if you would like. It's also hard to hear 15 basis points being significant when the company's recommendation is 105 basis points above the currently authorized ROE.
Mr. Oliver, I want to get back to your attachment A. You had a discussion with Mr. Buckley about your experience and qualifications. Could you please tell me how many Washington Gas Light cases have you participated in?
Well, this is the 13th Washington Gas case I have testified in. I've submitted direct testimony, if not rebuttal and surrebuttal. And just for current context, I've now testified in all 3 jurisdictions within the last year in a Washington Gas base rate proceeding. Virginia, Maryland, and the district.
Just one more question on that. Is this the first time that Washington Gas has objected to the admission of the testimony?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not proper redirect.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from them on that, so.
That was
sustain.
addressing his motion.
I understand, but let's wait till they make the motion, so.
Okay. Mr. Oliver, do you have a copy of Ms. Nefrio's, I think it's her rebuttal testimony that I discussed with her yesterday?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, could you please turn to KNR1 and look at page 26 and the top of page 27?
Can you give me just a moment, Ms. Francis?
Sure. Do you have that, Mr. Oliver?
I do.
Okay. And this relates to the questions by Mr. Buckley on page 45.
Excuse me, counsel,
Hold on.
which document is it, the
I'm looking
testimony
at-
or an exhibit?
It's
Well,
exhibit,
Exhibit KNR1 attached into Fria's rebuttal. I'm on page 1 of 47. Well, actually, it says page 26 on the bottom and 27 on the bottom, and the top it says page 1 of 47.
I'm having a little trouble catching up with you.
Here.
If you-
It's this
Your Honor, if I just
It's the
leave, I
public
can.
version,
You guys go ahead.
the public version.
Yep.
KNR1.
Yeah.
Third page.
Mine's good.
It's a different version, that's not KN, don't you have this?
NR1. Confidential.
No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is not confidential.
Public. 21.
Page 26 and 27. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah. I think that's it. Let me see. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can just take a moment to look at that, Mr. Oliver. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay. When you were making your recommendations in regard to SEMCO services, how does what Washington Gas set forth on page 26 and 27 enter into that recommendation?
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of cross-examination, I solely asked him about the status of it in Virginia, and I asked no further questions about the Semco arrangement.
Your Honor, he went into the SEMCO arrangement for several questions.
The witness chose to, but the question didn't.
Well, that was his answer, and you asked the question, so he answered it appropriately. I think I'm entitled
That's
to see how what he based that opinion on,
He's-
and he was questioning him about Virginia, then he questioned him about the legal basis and what can this commission do if Virginia approved it, and the other jurisdictions have not. So I'm asking him to refer to the paragraph that's in.
I'll let him answer it, so go ahead.
This, factored in my recommendations upon, the review and, because a lot of this we saw back in 1169 through Todd Jarovic's testimony. One of the bases is that this is a growing issue, and this sentence here on page 27, effective July 1st, 2022, services received from SEMCO were expanded to include accounts payable services and are charged to Washington Gas based on time spent by SEMCO's employees on Washington Gas-related activities. That factored into a lot of our concerns and why the recommendation to terminate this before it keeps going, so that essentially there's no more SEMCO except for the oversight of Washington Gas, and Washington Gas is running two utilities from its Maryland and DC system.
Okay, and does the recommendation on pages 26 and 27, and your recommendation, does that affect the revenue requirement that Washington Gas is asking?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, way beyond the scope.
Yeah, actually, I think
Okay.
we'll stop
Withdraw the
there.
question.
So.
I may have one more. I think that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
So, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Richard,
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
None for me, so.
Well, I think I offered Exhibit 2 into evidence earlier.
And yes, Your Honor, Washington Gas has no objection to the receipt of the document into evidence, and of course, we will brief it, its relative weight on
Okay.
when the
so,
briefing time comes.
So, AOBA exhibit number 2 is admitted into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
So,
Your Honor.
now I think we're next going to move to MEA. Accommodate Director Pinsky.
They may have said that they wanted to get Enjoy the trip.
Let me just make that stuff. See you later.
Good morning, Commissioners. MEA would call Director Paul G. Pinsky. If he could be sworn in or affirmed in, please.
I do affirm.
Good morning, Director Pinsky.
Good morning.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
Paul G. Pinsky, 1800 Washington Boulevard, Baltimore.
And what is your job title?
I am Director of the Maryland Energy Administration.
Do you have before you a document titled Direct Testimony of Paul G. Pinsky on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration, consisting of 6 pages, excluding the title page, dated August 25, 2023?
I do.
I would ask that that direct testimony, which is pre-filed, be marked as MEA Exhibit 1 for identification purposes.
So, Mark?
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections or changes to make to your testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked the same question today that you were asked of in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
And do you adopt this testimony as your own?
I do.
I would ask at this time that the Exhibit 1, be entered into evidence, and Mr. Pinsky is available for cross.
So admitted. CCAN. No, not here. OPC.
No cross.
AOBA. Guess they're not. GSA.
No.
Montgomery County. Prince George's County. Washington Gas.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
My name is John Dodge. I'm appearing on behalf of the company. I have no questions, but I want to thank you for submitting testimony in the case.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Staff.
No questions.
Any questions from the bench? Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning, Director. How are you?
Good morning to you.
So I'm looking at your testimony, and you note a few projects that Washington Gas is engaged in to address recapturing methane and sort of looking at alternatives to methane gas. But then you note that essentially there's absent from their presentation ways in which they can meet the GHG reduction goals under the CSNA. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about other programs that you think Washington Gas could look to begin to address the legislature's interest in reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Well, first let me state, we are on record of supporting a long-term planning docket. We think that has to happen with both this case and a number of others. We have to take the long view here. The Climate Solutions Now Act has a number of factors. One, it says philosophically we have to move towards electrification at a more rapid rate, and it also relies on a plan yet to be developed in the next 6 or 8 weeks by the Department of the Environment on a concrete implementation of what the Climate Solutions Now Act said conceptually and what it means in the material world. So I think there are a number of things yet to be determined, and I don't want to speak out of school because the Department of the Environment is actually taking the lead of what that concrete plan will look like. And again, my understanding, and as a layperson, this is a one-year filing. But addressing the tension between long-term investment in infrastructure and balancing that against the rapidly increasing speed at which legislators and others are saying we have to move in terms of reducing greenhouse gas reduction creates some tension, if you will. We're not here and I'm not here. It's beyond our scope to get into disallowances or inclusions in terms of immediacy in dollars and cents. But we think understanding the long-term investments and the implications of that and what it means for ratepayers has to clearly be balanced with new efforts that may be required by the state government in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. You know, it's a 60% reduction by 2031. That's rapidly drawing close. 7 years is not a long time. And, you know, turning a ship, they say, takes a lot of time. You can't just turn it on a dime. And I think understanding what those requirements will be, I think will help influence longer term investments in this case and probably others.
And do you think now is the time that companies like WGL should be thinking about where we're headed and making these long-term investments, sometimes with a 30-year life?
Yeah, I don't think now is the time. I think yesterday was the time.
Okay.
You know,
Certainly now is.
look, I've been personally in my previous position working on this issue for a number of years, and even the formulation of the Climate Solutions Now Act took 2.5 years. This is not a new topic. I think everyone in the private sector, utility sector, other sectors know this is coming. I mean, this is not new news. Maryland is in the forefront, among other states, in trying to address it. But it's not like people wake up today and say, oh, we might have to change, although I have seen testimony in other cases where people said, we'll move when we're told to move. I think that's a mistake for the public in the state of Maryland and for the nation.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Director Penske, for being here this morning. I think you may have largely answered the question I had, but maybe just ask if you wanted to add anything. I trust that you're probably involved with MDE's the Pathways Report and the and what's the other one? The statewide greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. Are you involved with that at all? Are you participating?
I am to a degree.
Okay.
The Department of the Environment is the lead agency.
Correct.
And while I was involved in my earlier life, we are taking a back seat to the Department of the Environment. There are areas in the plan that affect clean energy.
Right.
So to that degree, our agency is involved. So I, you know, it personally, because they help shape that legislation, but another agency is implementing and developing the plan. It's, you know, sometimes a little awkward, but I'm taking a back seat to the Secretary of the Environment on that when we are requested to have input, again, particularly in the clean energy sector, because that will be part of the plan. I do know that for a fact. Whether it's a small part, a medium part, whatever, is yet to be determined. Nothing's public yet. I saw the interim plan that was done by the University of Maryland, the Pathways Report, I think they call it. And I've seen that and read through much of that, but the final plan has not been released yet. So we are involved more than tangentially, but not in a significant way.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, as you know, the responsibility here given to us by the legislature is to, in our role to supervise and regulate the utility, is to consider state policy, is to consider, you know, what the climate change and a number of factors related to our environment. So I was just going to ask, since a lot is happening all at the same time, we're having this rate case, there's
Right.
This report that's underway, we have our proceeding. I just wanted to find out if you had anything you'd want to add to your testimony at this stage to inform us as to make sure that we are in fact as a commission considering state policies.
Well, again, you know, I don't want to presuppose what's in the plan that
Okay.
MD will develop. Look, I believe reducing greenhouse gases is a policy of the state, and that has to be included and serve as a lens, if you will, on any case. Obviously, the longer term the case, hypothetically a 3-year case versus a 1-year case might have greater implications. But any investment has to be looked at through that lens, you know, and for MEA, you know, our mission is to promote clean energy that's reliable and affordable, and it's done through just an equitable lens. So that's sort of what drives us. And hopefully in your role as a commissioner is to oversee and be the final arbiter of what's included there, what's not included. We hope appropriate lenses are used from your standpoint as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director Pinsky. I just wanted to offer my greetings and say hello this morning. Thank you for being here, and I have no questions. So just thanks for being active in these proceedings.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Too.
Okay. Well, Director Pinsky, a lot of the filing by WGL is to promote their natural gas infrastructure. Now, some of it's related to, work related to safety, but a theme through a lot of their testimony is that, they're just responding to the desires of their customers. And since the state hasn't crossed the Rubicon to outlaw the use of natural gas, I mean, what's your advice to us to sort of, balance this situation where natural gas is still a fuel available and some customers apparently want it versus the problems that the use of natural gas causes on the environment?
Going through a transition is not simple. It's not a black or white situation. There are lots of grays. And I think for far too long, the greenhouse gas reduction side of this equation, as you will, was sort of minimized. Was not a crucial factor. And I think the role and importance has obviously been elevated. State law has embraced that 18 months ago, 20 months ago, and I think in another 6 to 8 weeks officially, it's only a proposal, and the legislature may or may not act on the recommendations from the Department of the Environment. But I think a former scientist, who I call the state scientist, said early reductions are the most important reductions. Because if you wait till late, it's going to be even more pressure on society, on our state government, on our regulators. So the more we do, the sooner we do it, is much more significant. And again, in a transition, it's uncomfortable. I get that. It's uncomfortable for consumers and for the private sector, who have to look to their shareholders in their decisions they make. In my prior life, I worked for the legislature, my constituents, and the people of Maryland. And I came through science and learning about science, and I was not a science major. I was only a so-so science student. The science is incontrovertible. I mean, we see it every day, and I've been speaking about that across the state. It's severe weather and everything else, and I'm not here to lecture on climate change. It's just getting worse and worse more rapidly, and it's affecting not just the ephemeral society, but it's affecting commerce. It's affecting our economy in many, many ways. I mentioned in a speech yesterday that rainstorm that came through the New Jersey coast in Brooklyn. It stopped 2 subway stops in New York City, and people can't get to work. So I think it's incumbent upon the legislature, who has already acted, and I think regulators and my agency, to move as rapidly as possible. And so I think it's our view that this greenhouse gas reduction and clean energy, which go hand in hand, the more clean energy we have, the more quickly we can reduce greenhouse gases. It's incumbent to move as rapidly as we can, and I think that means translating that into public policy when it comes to the private sector, providing energy. And I think whereas maybe it might have been out of balance before, it might be time to either equal the balance or make it out of balance again, to put the long-term interests of our state, our planet, in the forefront.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. And Commissioners, I also would like marked for Exhibit number 2, the MEA data request number 1, responded to by WGL. I believe I provided copies this morning. I have 4 more copies, 3 more copies here if anyone would like. And I would seek to have that admitted as MEA's Exhibit number 2. It is dated September 27, 2023, numbering total pages.
No objection.
Okay, so marked and so admitted.
Thank you all.
Excused. Excused.
Yeah, you're good. So, thank you.
Your Honor, one preliminary matter before we call our first witness. I had promised yesterday to notify the commission when we filed our motion to strike. We did so just prior to the hearing. I understand that commissioners and parties have been served. And again, we'd reiterate the fairness for everybody that oral argument, if allowed, take place at a slightly later time. We don't need to address it immediately.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Robert Kane on behalf of Washington Gas. Our next witness will be calling Paul Robb.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Paul Raab, R-A-A-B, and my business address is 5313 Portsmouth Road, Bethesda, Maryland, 20816.
Mr. Robb, whom are you employed with?
Self-employed.
Okay. And what exactly do you do?
That's a very good question. I generally work as a consultant to the energy industry. I represent commission, utility, and other clients, and I've done so for, I think, 47 years now.
Okay. Could you tell us what your role in this rate case is today?
Yes, my role was to develop the weather normal study, which was used as the basis for the jurisdictional allocation study and for the rate design in this case.
Do you have with you a copy of your direct and rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Does that testimony, or rather, does your direct testimony consist of 11 pages of narrative questions and answers?
It does.
Is your direct testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, my direct testimony is accompanied by one exhibit, which is the summary of the weather normal study for the jurisdiction of Maryland.
Was that direct testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Am I correct that today you also have with you rebuttal testimony consisting of 18 pages of narrative questions and answers?
Yes.
Is that testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, there are two exhibits accompanying that testimony that are summaries of alternative specifications used to develop the weather normal billing determinants for the test year.
For any of your testimony, are there any corrections, changes, or updates to make?
Yes, very briefly. In my direct testimony, page 10, line 15. At the end of line 15, I reference witness Lawson. It should be witness Wagner. With respect to rebuttal testimony, the corrections are a little more involved, but they relate to two specific errors I made in referring to exhibits. So probably the easiest way to convey those changes or those corrections is to simply go through sequentially in the testimony. And essentially all I'm doing is changing the reference of the exhibit from a PHR1 or a PHR2 to a PHR-R1 or a PHR-R2. So the first of those appear in the rebuttal testimony on page 1, line 22.
Okay.
So that refers to PHR 1. That should actually be PHR R1. Similarly, on that same page, but line 25, PHR 2 should be PHR R2. The next of those changes appears on page 11. Line 1, PHR 2 should be PHR R1. On page 14 of the rebuttal testimony, line 13, PHR 2 should be PHR R2. And then two more, sorry. On page 18, they both appear on page 18. On line 3, PHR 1 should be PHR R1. And on line 9, PHR 2 should be PHR R2. And those are all the corrections.
Just for clarification, Your Honor, I missed the correction for the direct. Could we repeat that?
Sure. That correction appears on page 10, line 15. I reference witness Lawson, and the correct reference should be witness Wagner.
I'm looking on page 10. My line 15 doesn't, of your direct. Was there an errata?
Actually, is it line 25?
It could be.
That's where I see the name Lawson at the
Yeah,
very
well,
bottom of the page.
Thank you,
If
Your
it's
Honor.
Lawson,
Line
wait.
25,
Yeah, no, that's
thank
fine.
you.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
If I were to ask you today the questions that are contained in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you adopt the direct and rebuttal testimony as your own testimony in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would mark the direct testimony of Paul Robb as WGL, I believe, 24.
So marked.
We'd also ask that Mr. Robb's rebuttal testimony be marked as WGL 25.
So marked.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Robb's testimony be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
And Mr. Robb, did you have any rejoinder testimony?
I do, just briefly. Mr. OPC witness, Mr. Fitzhenry, discusses my rebuttal testimony to his analysis on page 8, line 4 to page 9, line 14. This is of Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony, his rebuttal testimony. And he makes three claims on there that I, just to clarify, I would like to respond to. The first claim that Mr. Fitzhenry makes is that I am dismissive of the publicly available data upon which he relied to create Figure 1. And I would say that nothing is farther from the truth. That's not the case. I'm not dismissive of the data. I am dismissive of how Mr. Fitzhenry used the data. The second comment he makes is that he claims that I did not provide three pieces of evidence that he thinks are important. He thinks that I did not provide any contrary evidence or evidence that I expect natural gas sales to increase over the next 5 years. He says that I did not provide statistically verifiable evidence to demonstrate that WGL's natural gas sales will either increase or decrease over time. And 3, he says that I provided no comments about the historical change in WGL gas sales relative to U.S. consumption. And to these, I would respond, that's all true, but it's irrelevant. My intention was to demonstrate that Mr. Fitzhenry's analysis was deeply flawed, and I did not need to rely on any of those pieces of information to make that showing, nor did I need to rely on any of those pieces of evidence to determine test year weather normal therm sales. And then finally, with respect to Mr. Fitzhenry's third point, he claims that his conclusion that WGL's future natural gas sales will likely decline should be taken into consideration by the Commission when evaluating WGL's revenue increase request. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I strongly disagree that Mr. Fitzhenry's implication that the analysis reported in his Figure 1 can be relied on to draw any conclusions with respect to the company's future natural gas sales.
Okay. Are there any other observations?
That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Robb is available for cross-examination.
So you can. Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Robb.
Good morning.
Juliana Bell, Office of People's Counsel. I think perhaps you just highlighted an answer to my question, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it anyway just for clarification. As you noted in your rejoinder, your testimony criticizes OPC witness Fitzhenry's forecasted natural gas sales in his for Washington Gas in his Figure 1 of his testimony, correct?
Correct.
Can you identify where in your testimony you provide a forecast of Washington Gas Light's future natural gas sales?
Well, and again, I think you're correct that I already responded to that. I did not, and I don't think that's necessary to do the job that I was assigned to do in this case.
Thank you. And can you identify where in any of Washington Gas Light's evidence entered into this case that the company has provided a forecast of Washington Gas Light Company's future natural gas sales?
Same answer.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
AOBA. GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, MEA.
No question.
Staff.
No questions.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any questions from the bench? Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Commissioner Richard.
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
None for me, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The company calls witness Yardley. And we'd ask that he be sworn.
I do.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert C. Yardley, Jr.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Concentric Energy Advisors as a senior vice president.
And how long have you been in that position?
Approximately 12 years.
And did you offer direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you offer any other type of testimony in this case?
I did not.
Do you have a copy of your direct testimony with you on the stand?
I do.
And am I correct that direct testimony consists of 12 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That's correct.
And is there any exhibits attached to your testimony?
There's one exhibit, which is my CV.
Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to that testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you today the questions that are contained in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you adopt the direct testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the direct testimony of Robert Yardley be marked as Exhibit 26 and admitted into the record.
So marked and so admitted.
And Mr. Yardley, do you have any rejoinder to offer in this case?
I do not.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
CCAN. Out of the room. OPC.
No cross, Your Honor.
AOBA. GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, MEA? Staff?
Staff has no questions, thank you.
Questions from the bench? Commissioner Richard?
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Sussman?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Yardley.
morning,
I'd
Commissioner.
hate you to have to come all the way and be asked no questions, so I'm going to step in and make your time worth. Anyway, looking at your testimony, page 10, you talk about 3 DDCs that are used to recapture methane. Do you see where you're?
I do.
And are you familiar with the different methodologies that WGL has for capturing methane? Is this the only way in which is the only technology they have in place to capture methane? These 3 DDCs.
I don't believe it is, but I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay, so so you don't know if there's more that they have in place other than these 3.
I do not.
Okay. Then I'm actually sort of I'm a little at a loss as to what the purpose of this is. If it's not, I mean, I read this to explain to me what WGL does in terms of methane recapture. So, was this just a sample of what they have in place? So it was not intended to be exhaustive of everything that they do to recapture methane.
It's all that I'm aware of that they have in place, based on what the company has told me.
Okay, so you didn't ask, you asked them, what do you have in place? And they told you that that's what they have in place was this. You didn't ask, is this any, so for example, we had a hearing last month, and BG has a ZVAC system. Are you familiar with ZVAC?
I am not.
Okay, so this is it. You don't. I guess I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just then trying to understand why you wouldn't know everything they're doing on methane recapture if that's what you were explaining here.
Yeah, my process was to go through the statute and for each item identify everything I was able to identify that was potentially relevant as specified in the
So,
statute.
but you don't know if so your question to them was, what do you do on methane recapture?
For my question to them, unless I had an independent way of verifying it, was to go through each item and ask the company what they were doing.
Okay. So, and do you have a reason to believe that they didn't fully answer the question?
I would hope they fully answered the question.
Okay, but you don't have an independent way of knowing whether they do anything other than these 3 DDCs?
Not in this particular case.
Okay, thank you.
Well, as a follow-up to Commissioner Sussman's questions, I mean, is there something else they should be doing to capture methane, apart from what they told you they're doing, based on your expertise?
Well, they should be paying attention to everything in the industry that's going on, not just on their own inquiries and pilot programs and so forth. So they're obviously doing some things on their own, but you wouldn't want to rely on a company the size of Washington Gas, or you wouldn't want Washington Gas to rely just on their own work. You would expect them to be scanning the industry and paying attention to technology advancements and work that's being done throughout the industry, and at the appropriate time considering those options.
But you're not aware if, in fact, they are doing that?
I'm generally aware that they're, following trends in the industry. Certainly, I don't know with respect to this particular item what they've done, what they've read, what they've considered.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
A bit of redirect, if I may.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Commissioner. Mr. Yardley, are you familiar with trends in the industry?
I'm generally familiar with trends, yes.
And does Washington Gas consult with you?
They do.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I know. I forgot. I screw up. No, no.
Your Honor, at this time, Washington Gas calls to the stand Kevin Murphy. And we ask that he be sworn. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
Do you have with you on the stand today a copy of your rebuttal testimony in this case?
I do.
Thank you. By whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by Washington Gas.
And how long have you been employed by the company, please?
Almost 30 years.
What is your current position with the company?
I'm Vice President of Asset Management, Engineering, and Gas Supply.
Let's turn now to your rebuttal testimony.
I have rebuttal dated September 12th and supplemental rebuttal.
Let's start with I'll call it the regular rebuttal. Am I correct that that consists of 36 pages of narrative questions and answers?
Yes.
Is your rebuttal testimony accompanied by exhibits as well?
Yes, it is. There are 2 exhibits.
Do either your rebuttal testimony or the accompanying exhibits include any confidential information?
No, they do not.
Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to the rebuttal testimony or its exhibits?
I do not.
If I asked you today the questions that are contained in your pre-filed rebuttal, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Let's turn now to your I believe you called it supplemental rebuttal.
That is how it's titled on page 1. Yes.
And could you remind me, Mr. Murphy, how many pages of Q&A that constitutes?
There are 12 pages of Q&A, although I see there's a blank 13th.
Reserved for later use, I suppose.
Possibly.
Is your supplemental rebuttal testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
No, it is not.
Does your supplemental rebuttal testimony contain any confidential information?
It does not.
Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to the supplemental rebuttal testimony at this time?
No, sir.
If I asked you the questions contained therein, would your answers be the same today, sir?
They would.
Do you adopt the direct and rebuttal testimonies as your rebuttal and supplemental rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, Washington Gas would mark the rebuttal testimony of Kevin Murphy as WGL 27, and move its admission.
So marked and moved.
We would like the supplemental rebuttal of Kevin Murphy to be marked as WGL 28, and also I move its admission.
So marked and admitted.
Mr. Murphy, do you have any rejoinder testimony for the commission this morning?
I do not.
The witness is available for cross.
CCAN. OPC.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Murphy. My name is Carolyn Elephant. I'm with the Office of People's Counsel, and I just have a couple of questions for you this morning.
Good morning.
So the first question I had is, do you recall in your, I'm not sure how to refer to it, the second part of your rebuttal testimony, you criticized Mr. Fitzhenry for failing to provide cost estimates in support of his proposed disallowances for non-stride projects?
I don't recall. Could you point me to that?
Yes, if you could go to page page 9, under the heading, it's lines, it's the section starting with, it's part 4, line 7, where you talk about the distribution and transmission plant additions, and we've been referring to those as non-stride capital projects.
I'm sorry, Counselor, could you give me the page number again?
Yes, I'm sorry. That would be page 9 of the second part of the Sir rebuttal testimony. So it's page 9, and it's starting at line 7. And you were asked at lines 8 to 9 to summarize OPC witness Fitzhenry's arguments regarding non-stride capital projects. And you say on line 12, you respond that Mr. Fitzhenry recommends a 10% disallowance, and then at line 12 you say he makes this recommendation based on a claim that the company has failed to produce project cost estimates and cost variances for these capital projects. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so all I was asking you is if you remembered that you had testified to that.
I thought I heard you say that I criticized him for not providing cost estimates, but I didn't criticize
okay.
him.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry, I misstated the question. So, and did you review Mr. Fitzhenry's Sir rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And so are you aware that Mr. Fitzhenry explained that he did not receive that information until after he filed his direct testimony? He didn't receive any information from Washington Gas on cost estimates until after he filed his direct?
I recall a statement to that effect in this
Okay.
rebuttal.
I wanted to just circulate what's been marked as OPC exhibit. Also circulating it. This is OPC, going to be marked as OPC 9. Sorry, I forgot. So, we've just circulated what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 9, which is the company's response to staff data request 25-21. And do you recognize that, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I do.
And you stated in your testimony that this is the information that you have provided on project level estimates. Is that right? In your rebuttal testimony at page 9, lines 18 through 20?
I do see that.
I just want, I'm actually not going to ask about the substance of it. I just wanted to ask you to confirm that this information was provided to staff and it was provided after the deadline for, and it was filed after the date that Mr. Fitzhenry filed his direct testimony.
I apologize. I don't quite have all the dates in mind, but I'm sure subject to check, we could confirm that.
Okay. That was the only question I had. I wanted to move that for admission as OPC 9.
No objection.
I do
so admit-
see that this does not include all the attachments. My rebuttal refers to an attachment 3, and this appears to only have attachment 1.
Okay.
I just make
We're-
that note.
Okay, we just, moving that part of it is fine, because that's the part that our witness had cited to, so we'll just move that, with that note, move just that part into evidence.
That's fine, Your Honor.
So admit it.
Okay, and then I just had one more question for you. This is on page 10 of your testimony. And you said you were asked if Mr. Fitzhenry's conclusions about the company's work in making replacements were logical, and you say his conclusions are flawed because they're based on the company's past successes seen through the current STRIDE program. You see that part of the discussion?
I see that.
And so essentially, Mr. Fitzhenry was making an argument to the effect that the STRIDE payments were excessive because it had done leak replacement from 2018 to 2021 at lower levels of expenditure than were shown for 2022. Do you remember his chart showing that?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony?
I'm sorry, I
you?
don't.
If you're going to question, we can track that down, Carolyn.
Yeah, if you could show him, it's actually the surrebuttal testimony, and
We can
it's-
have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, we have a copy of it too.
Are you passing on?
Would you prefer to use your copy? Okay.
Thank you. What page was I looking for?
Just a second.
And which version are we looking at?
Oh, the public version.
So,
There's-
public version of direct or rebuttal?
Public version of surrebuttal at
Sure.
page 22. Oh. This is there was an errata to the surrebuttal.
I have the confidential, but I think the chart you're referring to is still there.
Yes. Was there an errata because you only copied the copy that? Oh, okay. Do you have the errata version of the surrebuttal testimony?
It's not labeled as such, at least not on each page.
It would be labeled on the front page there, the first page.
No, it is not labeled as errata.
My apologies. I think there's only an errata to the direct then. I apologize for interrupting here.
Okay, yeah. So everybody has the surrebuttal testimony, not the errata, and we're looking at a chart that's on page 22 that is not a confidential chart. Okay, so we're all on the same page. So anyway, if you see the chart, Mr. Fitzhenry says that Washington Gas was able to successfully reduce leaks on its mains from 2018 to 2021. Those improvements were made without the significant increase in plant additions in 2022 shown in figure 1 above. Do you see that
I see that.
testimony? So do you agree with Mr. Fitzhenry that these additional expenditures are unnecessary and excessive because they weren't required for the prior period 2018 to 2021?
Without understanding every aspect of how his chart was developed, I don't think I do. At least based on the title that it's gas plant additions, meaning all gas plant additions that the company invested in over that period. So certainly some of that is not replacement of leak-prone pipe. We had also some significant transmission pipeline improvements, particularly in those later years. So I don't think I do agree, not at face value.
but you do agree that the spending on these pipe repairs and pipe replacements are accelerating in 2022, is that right? Do you agree with what the chart shows, that the spending is accelerating?
It appears to show that overall spend for gas plant additions, whatever that may include, increased in 22.
Okay, I have no further questions.
AOBA. GSA. Montgomery, Prince George's County, MEA. Staff.
Yes, staff does have questions. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
You're aware there's been quite a situation here in connection with whether staff got the information it requested and needed on the, I'll call it the facility cost or capital expenditure, CapEx.
I'm aware of some controversy on that, yes.
And there's quite a bit of a substantial amount of facility costs. I'll call them project costs to distinguish from existing stuff. The new projects going into place. This is a substantial amount of costs in the proposed rates.
I think witness Turanimi has the breakdown of how the rate base additions contribute to the revenue increase. I'm not a rates or an accounting expert, but
Okay.
yes, there are costs included in the revenue increase requirement.
And the issue here is focusing mainly on the non-stride, and there it's $189 million of costs in the proposed rates. You aware of that?
Again, subject to check. I can't
Okay.
produce the accounting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to push you anywhere you're not comfortable. Now, given a substantial amount of project costs in the rates, you filed your first round of testimony at September 12th, 2023, 4 months after Washington Gas filed its original rate case. Can you explain why this happened 4 months after the rate case filing?
I can try. My understanding of the timeline is that it was in reaction, at least in part, to staff witness Tesfayer's rebuttal, I think, that said the company didn't put together a complete case. And after some back and forth between the attorneys, I was asked to put that together based on a couple of specific examples called out from other cases that were identified as kind of representative of what staff thought it was lacking. That's why it was filed as late as it was and when it was filed.
Now, is that typical in rate cases for you to not, for there to be no, so we'll back up a little bit. There was no engineering testimony in the original rate case filing, correct?
So the term engineering testimony has confounded me since I first heard it. I filed no testimony in the original case. I'm responsible for the engineering function.
Okay, so let me put it differently. Did anyone file any engineer filed in the original rate case filing, justifying the project costs?
Not to my knowledge. I believe witness Akis may have filed with the original case related to the stride elements, but I don't think we had anything specific to on a project level to the non-stride elements.
Okay. Your Honor, if we can have marked as, I got the right number here, Staff Exhibit 3.
No, actually 4.
4, thank you. This is Washington Gas's response to Staff DR 7.1, 7-1.
Your Honor, we're not going to object to admission of this, but I would just note that we have provided, attached to our motion to strike, all relevant DR responses. And when we get to the point of discussing the motion, the company likely will mark it as an exhibit for admission into the case so that the record is complete and clear.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, does somebody have a list of the exhibits? Because we have only identified 2 staff exhibits to,
Well, actually, what I have is 3 is the discussion we had yesterday about one of your witnesses that was gonna not be crossed.
I think it was, I know we talked about Bion Ostrander.
Right, yeah.
Oh.
So did you, I mean, my
Oh, did
memory
we-
is that was marked as Exhibit 3. His
Oh,
testimony.
okay. Yes, and I think he had a surrebuttal, so let me go back and check, make sure we get his surrebuttal in. I'll have to check my notes on that.
Okay, so that's what I had is 3.
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, because there was surrebuttal as well, so if I missed that,
Yeah, I think you did.
I'll get back to that. Yeah, are you familiar, Ms. Murphy, are you familiar with this response?
I have seen it, yes.
Now, if you look at that first paragraph of the response, I won't read it into the record, but because it's there, there's this reference to this April 18th, 1983 commission document. Are you familiar with that document?
Over the course of the last several days, I have had an opportunity to review it.
And is it your view that, certainly you say in this paragraph, and I'll read the last sentence, really, that's really the focus here. Those requirements, referring to that April 1983 document, quote, those requirements do not require the filing utility to provide, and you go, quote, testimony describing any benefit/cost, and regulatory requirements driving expenditures to demonstrate prudency, end of quote. The terms or phrases, internal quote, benefits, comma, benefit/cost, comma, close quote, or then, quote, regulatory requirements, close quote, or, quote, demonstrate prudency, close quote, do not appear in the filing requirements. Now, is it your view that that means that the utility is not required to file a just testimony justifying its project costs?
Well, just to clarify, this was not my response. This was response by counsel, and I am not an expert on kind of the procedural requirements of what constitutes an adequate filing. I would expect the company be able to demonstrate prudence in the execution of its activities. So I couldn't quite quote just chapter and verse where that requirement comes from, but that would be my expectation, is we could demonstrate prudency of our activities.
Now, when you say that, you mean that in a among other forums, in a rate case filing where you're seeking recovery of project costs?
Yes.
Now, in his surrebuttal, we can touch on what will be, several disputes about what may have gone wrong in terms of this back and forth of information between staff and Washington Gas. Just use one example. Do you have Mr. Tesfayer's surrebuttal?
I'm sorry, I don't. I only brought my own testimony.
I think I have, let's see. I actually anticipated that answer. I put in a loosely binder testimony. And let me just give that to you. Justify the time putting this together.
This is direct.
Your Honor, if we may have a moment, we're tracking down the rebuttal.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I have it open for myself, so ready for your citation.
Sure, okay. Now, this is talking about if you look down at line 7, after that, capitalized letters, during a phone conversation.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
I'm sorry, on page 11 of Mr. Tespayer's surrebuttal.
Yes, I see that.
And it talks about a September 18, 2023 conversation. Were you involved in that conversation?
I was not. Not directly, anyway. I was aware of it.
You are aware of it. Do you agree with the characterization of the phone call in terms of what staff asked for and did or didn't get?
Sorry, I can't comment on a conversation I wasn't a part of.
Fair enough, fair enough. We have one other exhibit. We could mark this as Staff Exhibit 5. It's 2 large sheets. I have one other sheet to get to you.
Okay, thank you.
It's a big sheet. Is that printer in your office?
What's that?
Is the printer in your office?
Yeah. That's the first one. Just to make things easier, let's just do them both at once. What's that?
Sure.
Okay, and here's number 2.
Is that page 2 of the same exhibit?
Yeah, it's a little unclear. The description's at the top. These were provided in response to staff data request 10-10. Are you familiar with these documents? Take a moment, make sure you're.
So actually, before we get to that, so they're both Staff Exhibit 5, or is one 5 and one 6?
I'm okay with making them one exhibit.
Okay.
Make things a little simpler. Oh, sure, feel free.
I'm generally familiar. I don't think this is the first time I've seen these. I would expect staff witness Akis, or excuse me, company witness Akis, is likely the sponsor of these.
Now, looking at the sheet, where the right-hand column is reason for replacements, and that's at the top of that at the top of the chart towards the right, it says Exhibit NTS, referring to Mrs. Tesfaye, 11 B as in boy hyphen 2.
I see that.
Notice this gives fairly detailed information about each of the projects. And the BCA on the left column stands for, what would that stand for, the BCA?
That's a shorthand for business case authorization.
So this is a project by project detail on each, this is giving detail on each specific project separately, correct?
There may be more than one BCA involved sometimes in a project, but generally speaking, yeah.
So for example, among other things, it asks for the reason for the replacement. So this is obviously referring to replacement of facilities, and it gives a short description, justification of why this project was needed, correct?
That appears to be what it's doing, yes.
And other information here, if you look one column over, variance explanation, variance being the jargon for a cost underrun or really overrun, as comparing the forecasted cost of a project versus the actual cost. Is that correct?
I think that's a reasonable summary, yes.
Now, is there other information in this chart that you would say is significant, gives significant information about each of the projects?
Again, if the objective is to understand prudency, I think variance, it may be one thing you look at, but it's not the only thing you would look at. In understanding the prudency of our activities, you have to understand that the costs of these activities are overwhelmingly contractor, company labor, and material. And so the project costs, the project actual costs, represent those categories. And we have solid processes and controls in place for the incurrence of those costs. So, understanding the actual costs and what underpin those, that is also relevant on this page, in addition to the variance explanations provided.
And clearly, again, this is done on a project-by-project basis as identified by the BCAs on the left column. This is very granular information.
It's pretty granular, yeah.
And if we could turn to the other sheet, that is labeled in the upper right-hand corner, Case 9486, Maryland Stride Annual Report 2022, Attachment A, page 1 of 4. Here, this gives some information on the amount of feet that were abandoned and installed, amount of services that were completed as part of the project, and a bunch of financial information on each of the projects. Are you familiar with this one too?
Generally.
And again, here too, on the left-hand column, the BCA, that means essentially this is a project-by-project detailed information that Washington Gas provided on each of these, in this instance, Stride projects, correct?
Again, same comment that it's either project by project or sub-project or sub-part of a project, yes.
Okay. So to come full circle here, the question, the dispute, and again, we're not here to resolve it, Mr. Dodge, but staff's view is that this is the kind of, I won't speak for my engineers, but something very granular, or certainly something very project-specific, project-by-project specific information, using the jargon here, reason for replacement, I'll just say that's justification for the project, let's put it just generically. Why, staff view is that they were not able to get detailed project-by-project information in this case, despite repeated efforts. Is there, looking at what's here, does this this sort of suggests that kind of information, you're used to doing that for Stride. In fact, the commission requires it. That was one of the first issues, I guess, that came up when Stride got developed, that a real big push by the commission to ensure it was very specific information.
Yeah.
Is it possible to give this same sort of information?
It absolutely is possible, and I believe we have in different DRs, and I think the motion lays out and enumerates various DRs where we did get to the project level for non-Stride activities.
And to complete the thought, I mean, we appreciate the fact, it's kind of unprecedented, but you certainly are within the rights of the utility to file to strike staff's testimony. I have to ask, is there any way you think there's a chance Washington Gas engineers sitting down with staff's engineers could possibly bridge this gap? I appreciate it's a late in the game, but clearly there was something, maybe perhaps communication issue. But again, it's rare to see staff. One thing staff has proposed, rejecting recovery of projects that they think are imprudent, weren't necessary, or overly expensive. But it's another thing for staff to be saying, we just didn't get the information we needed, as Commissioner Suchman referred to yesterday. It's kind of an unprecedented situation. And the thought is there any way that any efforts could be made at this time to resolve what hopefully is just a misunderstanding?
So I can't speak to timing, but I am always willing to sit down with staff and do my best to share everything we know about our activities.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Commissioners.
Any redirect?
Some limited redirect. Thank you, Your Honor. And again, we're not here to argue the motion. Mr. Murphy, you just had a conversation with staff counsel about euphemistically engineering testimony. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, I recall.
I believe you testified earlier that you've been employed by the company for approximately 30 years. Is that correct?
It'll be 30 years in January.
I'm coming up on 9, so I applaud you for sticking it out that long. Let's go back to 2018 and case number 9481 that was filed with the commission, a rate case like this one. Do you recall that case in general?
I do.
Did the company file engineering testimony in that case?
Again, kind of an ill-defined term, but not to my knowledge.
Let's move on to 2019, case number 9605, another rate case filed by the company here in Maryland. Do you recall that case?
Generally, yes.
Did the company file engineering testimony in that case?
As we've discussed it, not to my knowledge.
Let's move on to 2020, the company's last filed rate case with the commission. That's case number 9651. Do you recall that case?
I do.
Did the company file engineering testimony in that case?
Not on direct.
For any of those filings since 2018, did the staff object to the lack of engineering testimony in those cases?
No, to my knowledge, this is the first time I've ever heard it requested as such.
Did the staff ask for the level of detail in any of those cases that it is asking for here?
Staff did not, no.
I think I made the point when referencing that we would likely move the motion in, but I just want to clarify with respect to your responses to Mr. Albert's questions on staff staff 7-1. Was that the only data request response provided by the company in response to requests, either data requests or informal requests from the staff?
No, it was not.
Let's go to staff Exhibit 5, pages 1 and 2. Do you recall walking over here together when I said I had an ophthalmology appointment last week and I need reading glasses?
Yes, sir.
Now I really need them after looking at these big charts. I'm supposed to go back for the glasses next week. These are Stride-specific columns and data entries. Is that correct for both pages 1 and 2 of staff 5?
A quick scan of them, I don't see anything that is not stride, so I would agree.
Mr. Albert asserted, I don't think he gave you a chance to confirm, but do you agree that Washington Gas is required under stride to report on this granularity for stride projects?
I am aware we actually have file project lists at this level of granularity and report at that same level.
Do you know of a similar requirement for the company's non-stride capital expenditures?
I'm not aware of a requirement.
To the best of your recollection, Mr. Murphy, did staff ask the company to populate or provide a chart as represented by Staff Exhibit 5, pages 1 or 2, in this case for non-stride expense?
No, to my knowledge, this is the first time, this particular document has been held up as an example of what would be desired for non-stride projects.
Going back in time a bit, is it your understanding that staff asked for this level of granularity for all non-stride construction projects represented in the test year of this case?
In various attempts to communicate, I think that is how I interpreted different staff DRs, which was to justify and demonstrate prudency for all expenditures contributing to the revenue increase in this case, is generally how the DRs were phrased.
In your 27 years with the company, has the staff ever made such a request before?
You shorted me a couple of years.
Excuse me, 29?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've had to respond to.
Lastly, Mr. Murphy, you just indicated that you're always available to talk with staff to bridge this gap. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the next 2 days at your disposal to do that?
I can make the next 2 days available.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Schlesman.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, I could almost say good afternoon. But good morning, since we still have 2. You're not going to short me my 3 minutes before.
No, ma'am.
Okay. In taking a look, so this just to confirm, these are stride. This is the exhibit, the first page of staff exhibit, and these are stride projects. Is that
yes?
Okay. And then just to be clear, the $45.2 million in disallowances relates to non-stride projects. So it's not any of the projects that are listed on this chart.
Things are starting to melt together in my mind, but I think there were some proposed stride disallowances as well. I think that was witness test-fähig, but
okay.
Generally speaking, it appears to be non-stride projects that he's concerned with.
Okay, if we were to take this chart and with the granularity that's contained in the chart, how much of a heavy lift would it be for you to take the $45 million in disallowances that staff is proposing, those projects, and populating those projects into a chart that looks like this?
I'm not crystal clear on the derivation of the 45 million to the extent it is this project list less this project list, and when we have that clear project level detail identified, we can do that.
Okay, so I guess in other words, you would have total estimated project cost. You'd have that before the project is executed, correct? And then you'd have the actual costs, and you'd be able to calculate project variance and percentage variance.
Yes.
Okay, so and then you might not have variance explanation. Or
might not in every case,
Okay.
but we would do our best to develop them if they're not
Okay.
Already in hand.
Okay. Well, maybe sort of following up from Mr. Albert's suggestion, maybe when we when we take that lunch break, whenever I'm clearly getting hungry. I must be that focused on it. But perhaps you can, the two of you can talk about how much of a heavy lift it would be to take whatever projects are in dispute and to put that on this chart, and maybe that can get close to where the parties need to be.
Yeah, it's possible, and we obviously have a head start. We have been at this discussion for a while, and there is a DR, for example, that identify the top 30
Okay.
projects by expenditure, and that makes up a very significant percentage of the overall dollars, I think, that are being interrogated. And with that as a start, I think we could make some progress if we have a couple of days to do it.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for OPC asked you a little bit about Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony relating to distribution plant additions, and in his direct testimony, he talked about an increase in plant additions for 2022 that was 4.5 times greater than the total increase over the prior 4 years. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay, can you give me a sense of what contributed to that substantial increase in plant additions for 2022?
So again, I don't have his breakdown to really zero in on it, but off the top of my head, I know in the 21-22 period, there are at least 3 very large projects going on. One is the Prince George's County, D.C. Reliability Reinforcement Project, which was a large transmission pipeline job, about 16 miles of 24-inch transmission. Another one is our Strip 1 West project, which is our oldest transmission line that's allocable transmission plants being replaced in Virginia. Those are very significant expenditures that occurred in those periods that could explain some of that uptick that you see on the chart. But to really fully explain it, I'd have to look at what data he has that underlies it and where it came from.
But you didn't look at the data that he looked at in putting this together? I mean, I'm assuming it's your data.
It likely came from a data request somewhere, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
I was not able to attend the hearing yesterday. I was at OPSI, so I'm just trying to understand, based on the back and forth that just took place, what occurred here. It sounds like, if I'm hearing you correctly, that you didn't provide the information that staff requested. And is that because it was never requested in previous cases, or the level of detail was not provided in previous cases? I'm just kind of confused why, since the company is trying to make a case for a rate adjustment, why it doesn't appear you provided the information that the staff requested.
So I think we responded to almost every DR. There may have been one that was withdrawn.
But it sounds like you didn't get the information that was requested, because the staff came back a second time to ask for the information.
That appears to be where staff is on this, is that they feel they lack information.
They don't feel, it sounds like they said they don't have the information to make their case.
That's what's in
Okay.
there. Sure.
All right. Well, I don't want to go too much further here because again, I don't have all the information from yesterday. But I find this rather astounding that the company didn't provide the information that the staff requested. And am I hearing it's just because, well, it was never asked in the past to that level of detail, so therefore we're not going to provide it this time?
No, sir. I think that background was just context.
Well, it seems like it's a significant context. That's why I'm sitting here just a little bit surprised, because I've never, at least I've only been here much less time than you've been in your position, but I don't think I've ever heard of a company not providing the information, and especially when it's been asked for repeatedly, that staff has requested.
We have worked very hard to collaborate with staff from the beginning, from the origination of this issue, and I think that whole history is laid out in the motion that was filed this morning.
Okay.
We've worked very hard to be responsive.
Well, it sounds like you need to work a little harder. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And none from me. So given the fact that it's 5 minutes after 12, we're going to break for lunch, but we're actually going to break until 1:30. And if staff and the company can find a path through the,
Mr. Chairman,
if the staff and the company can find a path through this thicket, we'll appreciate it. So,
We will do our level best, Your Honor.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring up, and I hate to prevent Commissioner Suchman from going to lunch, that our witness, Carl Robago, has had a scheduling conflict and cannot be at the hearing this week. We had hoped that we could come to an agreement with all the parties to stipulate and move his testimony in. That appears now not to be the case, so I just want to let the commission know that he will not be appearing at the hearing, and we will not be moving his testimony in.
Okay, fair enough.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I had another procedural question. So if staff and the company are able to work out some kind of arrangement, what are the implications for the other parties? Our witness filed testimony seeking disallowance of some of these projects, and the results of whatever they arrive at could potentially impact his opinion as well, or make him subject to another level of cross-examination or questioning. So I'm just wondering if these issues are worked out procedurally, how that's going to be dealt with. And again, I don't know for sure that these will be issues. I just do know that our witness testified on those topics as well. And so we're impacted by this
Yeah, no, I
resolution.
understand that,
That's
so-
my only point.
Like
Your
if-
Honor, if I may, I am happy to add that to our discussions with staff and the other parties beginning at the lunch break. My initial reaction is it's a very good question, and we do need to answer it. There may be a way to hold the record open for the admission of this late developed information.
Does that work?
And that would be the starting point, because we don't have any information, I guess, once our expert's not here either, but we can at least engage preliminarily, but reserve all rights to challenge any admission of this new evidence or whatever comes of it. That's the only point. I guess we need to start somewhere, so.
Okay, understood. So, okay, all right, so we'll be back at 1:30.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Is there a commission activity over lunch?
That's the plan, yes. So we'll be in touch about that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell, can you hear us?
He logged in. Okay, back on the record.
With your leave, Your Honor, we will call our next witness, Mr. Wayne Akes, and ask that he be sworn. Good afternoon, Mr. Akes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dodge.
By whom are you employed, sir?
Washington Gas Light,
And how long have you been with the company?
over 6 years.
What is your current position with the company?
I'm the Director of Construction Program Strategy and Management.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony pre-filed in this case with you?
Yes, I do.
Let me check. That consists of 64 pages of narrative questions and answers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is your rebuttal testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Could you identify those for us, please?
Okay, it has WJR1 all the way through R13.
Thank you. Do either your rebuttal testimony or your exhibits contain any confidential information?
Yes, it does.
Could you identify the location of that confidential information, please?
That is WJR1, WAJR2, R3, R6, R7, R8 through R13.
Thank you very much. Do you have any corrections or changes to make to your rebuttal testimony or the associated exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the questions contained in your pre-filed rebuttal today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they will.
Do you adopt your rebuttal testimony as your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would mark the rebuttal testimony of Wayne Akes as WGL Exhibit 29.
So marked.
And his confidential testimony as 29C.
So marked.
And we would move their admission.
So admitted.
Mr. Akes, do you have any rejoinder testimony to offer today?
Yes, I do.
Does that rejoinder testimony concern OPC witness Fitzhenry?
Yes, it does.
Can you identify where in his testimony or in exhibits you will be focused today?
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. I thought I had it marked. Hold on here.
At the risk of leading the witness, would it be page 3?
Sure.
Maybe.
It's not.
Yes. Yes, so on page 3 of OPC witness Fitzhenry, in his testimony there, he said the OPC had made a number of requests through discovery related to Stride, and that, I'm summarizing now, that the company did not provide any information. That is not correct. The company provided all Stride-related costs, variance explanation, and so forth in 2 separate data requests. In 10-10 in staff DR 10-10 and in staff DR 25-21C.
Do you have any other rejoinder testimony today?
No, that concludes it.
The witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
CCAN. Let's see him in the room. OPC.
Yes, I do have questions. Just give me a second. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Akis. My name is Carolyn Elephant. I'm with the Office of People's Counsel. I just wanted to quickly go back to your rejoinder testimony that you just gave, where you responded that Washington Gas had provided the information that Mr. Fitzhenry needed. Didn't Mr. Fitzhenry acknowledge that the information was provided, it was just provided too late for him to incorporate into his direct testimony?
So on staff DR 10-10 was filed, if my memory serves me correct, July 6th. His direct testimony, I have it right here, was filed August 25th. And then the errata was filed August 30th. Also, DR 25-21C was updated and filed August the 23rd, which still gives him enough time to respond accordingly. And additionally, in my rebuttal testimony, I provided the same or if not more detail of the variance explanation for the projects in which he's discussing in his testimony.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a question about your rebuttal testimony, what you have discussed on page 16, and this would be at starting at line 3, where you talk about elements of estimates that are not within the control of Washington Gas or elements of projects. Do you see that?
Point me to the line numbers.
That would be starting at line 3 and then going through the page down to line 22.
Okay.
So you identified here several factors that might have an impact on cost estimate, paving and restoration costs, traffic control, cost of hauling spoils, and requirements for saw cutting and paving and pavement breakage increases. Do you see that in your testimony?
I do.
Now, wouldn't it be prudent to include those factors in your cost estimates, given that there's something that you know could occur when you're constructing a project?
Your Honor, not an objection, but if I may ask a clarification through the bench, what definition of prudence is counsel using, a legal definition or some other definition?
Not a legal definition. I mean, I could also ask, wouldn't it be reasonable or, trying to think of other words, but just wouldn't it be reasonable or rational to include those factors in an estimate, given that it's known that these might occur during the course of construction?
Absolutely, they are included in the estimate originally, but through our permitting process, the county or the jurisdiction can enforce and extend those paving requirements than what we originally estimated, so that hence the variance between paving restoration, or if they ask for like night work or some kind of restrictions on the time of operation to do the construction, then it would increase our traffic control. Extending the paving limits, you have to haul stuff off. And in this case of these projects, we had to extend some of the main projects, which is the scope variance. Because when we dig down on the pipe, we find where we want to tie in is not suitable to tie in because the condition of the pipe, with its corrosion, pitting, and so forth. So we extend it to where we get a good pipe to tie into. So hence, why you'll have the cost of hauling spoils off that increase. And that is not in the estimate that's originally filed.
So, just to be clear, so do you include these factors in the estimate, but then there are variances afterwards, or do you not account for them at all in the estimates?
They are variances after the final design. I believe in Fitzhenry's testimony, he said to have there are scope variances after final design is completed. This is that case with all these projects that he's questioning.
Okay. And is it your testimony that it's not possible to include these different factors in the design of the project?
As I previously stated, they are included in the estimate, but once the scope changes, whether it's jurisdictional requirement, extend the paving limits and so forth. So just to put in perspective for you, when we in Stride 2, we have seen a approximately close to 50% increase in paving for our projects, and that's just on main replacement. On services, we see a close to 400% increase in paving requirements on that. That's something that you try to plan for, but you can't really plan when the inspector in the field dictates your paving limits, even though you permit and plan to pave up to where you complete your work. If they see a cut within 200 feet of where you plan to finish construction, they extend it to 200 feet, and it goes on and on and on.
So it seems then that some of these issues arise fairly frequently, and given the frequency that they arrive, isn't it possible to somehow account for them more accurately in the estimate since they come up routinely?
Unfortunately, we can't dictate or tell the inspector or these permanent agencies that we're not going to do the paving where to say even that pavement cut does not belong to us. We can't sit there and say we're not going to do it. We have to do what they say in order to maintain our permits and to continue working.
But isn't it possible to anticipate that some of those factors might come up and have them more accurately reflected in your estimates?
We try our very best to do that, and we have done that. But like I said, once you go out in the field, no matter how much I try to include it, I could overestimate. And then you would say, hey, you overestimate every project, or we try to estimate to the best of our ability, which is what we have done. Currently in Stride, in these projects, all close projects, we have a 6% variance on all of our projects for the Stride 2. And I think that's pretty good.
Okay. I have another question about your testimony on page 4 of your testimony.
Okay.
This is your rebuttal testimony, and we'll just start at line 2. And I'm just going to ask you about your response. So at line 2 of your testimony, you were asked, witness Fitzhenry states that a prudent utility anticipating major market shifts would not be spending money on infrastructure that may be stranded or obsolete in the near term, and instead would try to manage its risk by taking a deliberative approach to Stride and other capital expenditures. And then you were asked whether this position as to the company taking into account whether the company takes these major market shifts into account, and you responded that the company is unable to do that due to Stride. Is that still your position?
I'm going to object to the characterization of the testimony. I don't think that's at all what the testimony says.
Let me ask you, how did you respond to that question? Can you just briefly summarize your testimony?
Said no. The purpose of Stride is to enhance safety and improve reliability of the company distribution system, and that's high-level summary.
And when you make those improvements under Stride, do you take into account any future demand for gas or any other factors?
No, we don't. For Stride, we replace our aging infrastructure to enhance safety and improve reliability for our existing customers on that facility.
And are you aware that Maryland has a Climate Solutions Act that was put into effect in 2022?
I've heard about it, yes.
Okay. And has the enactment of that statute changed in any way your planning process under Stride?
Once again, Stride is safety-related work that the company is doing. The environmental part of it is an additional benefit. Through Stride, we have mitigated over 105,000 metric tons of CO2 and over 25,000 gasoline-powered car off the roadway. So I think that's an added benefit that plays into that law that has passed. It's an additive to it, so Stride is complementing that law.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. AOBA.
No questions, Your Honor.
GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, MEA. Staff.
Briefly, Your Honor. You didn't file any direct testimony in this proceeding, correct?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you. And on page 1 of your rebuttal testimony, at lines 12 through 13, you note that you previously testified in 2 base rate proceedings, 9605 and 9651. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if you filed direct testimony in those proceedings?
All rebuttal testimony, sir.
Thank you. May I approach the... Your Honor, I've passed out a portion of the testimony of Wayne A. Ackus rebuttal testimony from case 9651, the first 4 pages of it. And I'd like to mark this as staff exhibit number 5.
Actually, 6.
6. Staff exhibit number 6. Do you recognize this as a portion of your previous testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Turning to page 4 of the testimony, at line 8, the question there, at page 11, lines 21 to 23 of his direct testimony, referring to an OPC witness. OPC witness Coppola states the company has not provided any direct testimony to identify the capital expenditures, categories, or major projects that gave rise to the increase in rate base since the last rate case. How do you respond? And then it has your response here. Is you summarizing your response, is it correct to state that your response here is that the company provided the financial book information and then just responded to data requests, essentially?
I don't understand your question.
Neither do I, apparently. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is it accurate that in this prior proceeding, the company did not provide capital expenditure categories or major project information as requested by OPC?
It's my understanding, my recollection, I was testifying there for Stride, is that we provided expenditures, if my memory serves me correct, for everything above $500,000, and we provided those capital expenditures.
Do you know whether the company provided supporting engineering evaluation of the, in that case?
Not to my recollection, like I said, for Stride, so I provided everything from the Stride proceeding, whether it's the estimate, the actuals, the variance explanation, and so forth.
Thank you. For the current case, did you attend the pre-filing meeting that the company had with staff?
Attended no such meetings.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
The redirect.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'd like to move staff exhibit number 6 into the evidentiary record.
No objection.
So admitted. Redirect.
Limited redirect. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Akis, earlier you had a colloquy with counsel for OPC regarding page 18 of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And counsel asked you a series of questions about paving and restoration and other cost factors. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You indicated, I believe, that the company does have cost elements in at the design phase which cover paving, restoration, and the other 3 cost items here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the commission what is included in those design level or earliest designs for the cost for these elements?
So our estimate takes into account the preliminary estimate that was filed on November 1st. So that's a preliminary estimate. Sometimes final design's not completed. And so as we go through the design phase, we'll, using our cost estimate, so we'll provide cost per foot using our cost memo. And it goes through different stages. So you have different tiers for services, different costs per foot. It's fully loaded. It takes into account paving. So the other part of that, from a final design standpoint, is we do a site-specific paving estimate, and that's part of my part of some of my exhibits. So we show here's our work limits, and here's where we expect to pave. And as part of that, and that's what creates and put together our cost estimate together in a short summary there. And then unfortunately, when we go out in the field and meet with the inspectors, when we get ready to do the paving, they say, oh, this cut in the pavement right here that might be done by another utility and it's within 200 feet of our work, oh, you have to do that as well. And so that's a lot of what we're facing now when we're doing our work.
Thank you. Specific to your answer on the per foot calculations at the design phase, am I correct that you use historic average cost to populate those factors?
Yes, we do. It takes historic average costs, yes, to create those estimates.
Thank you. You had a conversation with staff counsel about your rebuttal testimony in case number 9651. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn to page 4 again for me?
Okay,
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Let's look at line 13, and I'd like to walk through the language specifically that Mr. Dean questioned you about. I'm going to read it and then ask you a question.
Okay.
Washington Gas included in its application materials that included construction project costs from the company's financial books for approximately 6,000 construction projects whose costs are proposed for inclusion in rate base. Do you see that question sentence, and did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Let's go on to the next sentence. Further, with respect to Stride construction projects, the company provided detailed project information on Stride-related expenses to OPC in response to OPC data request numbers 510, 10-1 as requested and in accordance with the Stride working group requirements. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Can we infer from this answer that the company did not provide the level of detail about Stride projects with its application, but instead waited until asked about that level of detail by OPC?
Yes, that is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Chairman, I have a technical matter I just wanted to cover quick out of an abundance of caution. I'm not sure Mr. Albert from Staff Council read in Mr. Dean or caused Mr. Dean to make an appearance at the beginning of this, and I'd just like to make sure that we've done that. We can do it non pro tunc.
I was under the impression Mr. Albert did,
So I just recall hearing Mr. Albert say, "I'm Kenneth Albert from staff," and that was it. And I recall thinking, "Wow, he's going to do this whole thing with nobody else. He's going to be solo the whole time." So it may be redundant, but it doesn't hurt to make sure.
thank you. Your Honor, Michael Dean on behalf of staff appearing with Mr. Albert. We filed a notice of appearance in the case.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner O'Donnell?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rackus. Earlier you were discussing the stride, your stride expenditures, and she asked you whether you took into account the Climate Solutions Now Act in making determinations about what you would pursue in terms of stride replacement. In your capacity as the Director of Construction Program and Strategy and Management, do you also engage in non-stride projects?
No, my primary function is stride related.
Okay, so you don't know whether Climate Solutions Now Act is taken into consideration in looking at the types of non-stride projects that the company looks at?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you.
So one question for me. Back on page 16 of your testimony, where you were talking about the elements sort of out of your control, is it my understanding that the local, I guess these are county authorities and municipal authorities that you're dealing with when you're doing these construction projects?
Yes, sir.
And you had mention earlier that sometimes you think you're going to do so much and they want you to do more with paving and things like that. Is this a situation where they essentially dictate it to you, or is there some back and forth between the company and the subdivision about how this gets done?
It's my understanding that it's mostly dictated, but we try to negotiate to the best of our ability, sir.
And the same thing with the traffic control situation. So you have a schedule as to when you're going to do the work, but I take it you're told at certain times you can't do it then, you have to do it this other time.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we bring up our next witness, I should have mentioned this in preliminaries. By the way, I don't know if it's the opposite of preliminary. I don't think post-preliminary sounds very good. But anyway, mid-liminary question. Can we safely assume that witnesses such as Mr. Rackus or Mr. Yardley, who have testified and have been excused, are they released from witness service? May they go on their merry way, or would the commission prefer that they remain available?
I can't predict with absolute certainty that we wouldn't want one of them to come back, but I'm not aware of any need for them to stick around. So,
with your leave, we'll check in with the other parties at the end of the hearing to make sure that's so. Thank you.
Your Honor, if we're ready, Washington Gas would call its next witness, Michelle Musgrove.
I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Musgrove.
Good afternoon.
Can we start, please, by having you state your full name, your business title, and your business address?
Yes, I am Michelle Musgrove. I am the Vice President of Customer Experience at Washington Gas Light. My business address is 1000 Main Avenue, Southwest Washington, D.C., 20024.
Thank you. Ms. Musgrove, do you have with you today a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Michelle Musgrove, which consists of 16 pages of narrative questions and answer testimony, as well as 2 exhibits?
I do.
And was that testimony and the accompanying exhibits prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to make to the testimony or any of the exhibits today?
I do not.
Ms. Musgrove, if the questions in that testimony were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt this testimony as presented along with the exhibits as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, Washington Gas would ask that Ms. Musgrove's rebuttal testimony be marked for identification. I believe we are at Washington Gas Exhibit 30.
That's right.
And I would also ask that it be received into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
And Ms. Musgrove, you have no rejoinder to present, is that correct?
I do not.
And Ms. Musgrove is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
CCAN. I don't see them anywhere. OPC.
Good afternoon, Ms. Musgrove.
Good afternoon.
My name is Juliana Bell, and I'm an attorney with OPC, and I have some questions for you. My questions will mostly concern the promotional advertising that you testified about. And I believe that part of your rebuttal testimony begins around page 8, when you're responding to the recommendations of OPC witness Lako and staff witness Ostrander, each of whom recommended that the company's promotional advertising costs be excluded from the company's cost of service. Is that right?
That's right.
And to provide a little foundation, I'm going to ask you a few background questions. First of all, you testified that the standard for recovery of promotional advertising costs is set forth in a provision of COMAR. Is that right, the Maryland Code of Regulations?
That's correct.
Okay, and specifically you referred to the standard in 2007-04-8F, correct? That's at line 8
Yes.
of your testimony on page 8.
Yes, that's correct.
Just to make our discussion a little easier, I'm going to pass out a copy of that provision, and I'd like it marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 10.
Two, please. Thank you.
Apologize for the delay here. So just for identification purposes here, just for the record, at the top, there's a description, there's a rectangular box, and right under that rectangular box, what does it say there? What?
COMAR 20.07.04.08.
Okay. And would you agree, subject to check, which I think you just may have had the time to do, but this is the COMAR provision to which you're referring?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll get to that particular provision that you're referring to, which is an F, in a moment. But you would agree, wouldn't you, that there are 4 types of advertising listed in Section C of the regulation: promotional, informational, community affairs, and institutional. Is that right?
That's section D, but yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, thank you. Section D. And then in section E, well, I think actually the definitions are in section E, but it lists the different types in section D. So in section E, you would agree, wouldn't you, that the definition of promotional in E1 of this COMAR provision states that promotional means directed towards selling services or promoting the addition of new customers or seeking additional use of a utility service?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you would agree, wouldn't you, that informational, as defined in E2 of the COMAR provision, means directed toward informing customers of charges and conditions of service, safety precautions, energy conservation, temporary or emergency conditions, employment opportunities, rate cases, annual reports, legal and financial matters. Is that a fair
That is what it says.
reading?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Now, you would also agree, I believe Mr. Tiarimi testified previously about how Washington Gas goes about identifying the different types of promotional advertising.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that testimony?
I am.
Okay. And you would agree then, wouldn't you, that Washington Gas itself categorizes its advertising expenses as promotional or informational or community affairs or institutional, following its own interpretation of the COMAR definitions?
It does.
Okay. And if you don't know the answer to this, that's fine, but I believe Mr. Chimriimi also testified to this, but and Washington Gas itself then accordingly accounts for promotional advertising costs in FERC account 913. Is that right?
I'm not confident about that.
Okay. But at any rate, it goes about categorizing those costs and accounts for them accordingly, according to the definitions. Is that right?
It does.
Okay. Now, turning back your attention back to 2007-04-8F, which you cite in your rebuttal testimony, at page 8, lines 8 to 12, as your testimony acknowledges, in order to include a promotional expense in its cost of service, WGL must show in this rate case that the promotional advertising expenditure is, quote, directly beneficial to the ratepayer and in the public interest. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you identify in your testimony on page, let's see. I'll be looking at your testimony on page 8, lines 14 to 21, and then on page 9, 1 to 3. You identify 3 specific reasons why you think WGL's promotional advertising qualifies as beneficial and in the public interest. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. And the first reason is what you refer to as the promotional advertising's informational content. Is that right?
It provides valuable information. So it wouldn't be informational as in terms of a category, but it states it provides valuable information regarding comparative energy costs.
Okay, one moment, please. And what line in particular are you looking at there?
I'm looking at line 16.
Line 16 of...
I'm on page 8, where you just referred.
Okay.
You said 14 through 21.
One moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, if you look also, Ms. Musgrove, if you look on page 11, and I'm sorry I didn't identify these lines previously, but you're discussing that informational advertising on lines 16 to 18. And if I'll, on page 11, lines 16 to 18, you say, informational advertising is presumed to be in the public interest due to its informational content. Now, you're talking about informational advertising there, but then in the next sentence you say, likewise, due to the educational and informational content provided in Washington Gas's promotional advertising, the company believes it, too, is in the public interest. Did I really read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. So part of why you testified that you think the promotional advertising is in the public interest is that it contains informational content. Is that right?
It creates valuable information, and yes, educational and informational content.
Okay. But you would agree then, though, that, and perhaps you just made this distinction, and forgive me if I'm asking you to repeat it, but if you could answer this yes or no, WGL itself has already determined that according to the definitions of COMAR, the promotional advertising costs that WGL seeks to be included in the cost of service in this case are categorized as promotional in nature and not, according to those definitions of COMAR, informational in nature. Is that right?
Well, if I might try to clarify. So, informational advertising, as you indicated in red, is largely about charges, safety precautions, emergency conditions, things that are sort of more relevant to the, almost like the account. What we believe is, we believe that promotional advertising can also have information in it. It is valuable information that helps our customers understand two things. We operate in a competitive market in terms of energy options in our territory. And so promotional advertising allows our customers to understand that the choices that they have and the comparative costs of those choices. It also allows the customer to understand different types of services. And so we are providing information in our promotional advertising, though we would not categorize it in that informational category. Is that a clear distinction?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page here about what WGL's position is with respect to this.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that when the company is categorizing these advertising costs, that it itself goes through the process first for an accounting reason to categorize them in promotional and informational and other categories. And then when it does that, it has selected the promotional advertising category for these costs that itself that you seek recovery for.
We do.
And wouldn't all advertising include information? I mean, wouldn't the rationale that you just gave allow Washington Gas, if it wanted to, take things to the extreme, argue that all of the information, all of the advertising that it is involved in could properly be in the public interest and beneficial to customers?
No. So I think objectively speaking, if you looked at any marketing piece from any company, you could say it includes information. I think the distinction in the categories that we try to discern is the information promotional in nature? And that is the assessment that we make when we assign something in the promotional advertising category.
Okay. And I'll come back to the educational arguments, WGL's position on the educational nature of the advertising in a moment. But the second reason you identify is that WGL's advertising is beneficial in the public interest from your point of view, and I believe you discussed this on page 8, lines 19 to 21, is that it contributes to the addition of new customers. And in WGL's view, that the addition of those new customers, such that existing fixed costs are spread over a larger customer base, and that moderates the need for future rate increases, and you believe that that has direct benefit to ratepayers. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
It is.
Okay. Can you identify where in your testimony you've identified any studies that demonstrate that WGL's advertising is responsible for attracting new customers?
I do not have that in my testimony.
And in fact, WGL has acknowledged in its responses to discovery that it has no such data. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think what we have in its place acknowledged is that we apply a traditional marketing approach that includes what some companies call surround sound marketing or omni-channel marketing, meaning when you have a product like natural gas, it's a very long decision cycle. So people make decisions in 15-year time frames, 10-year time frames. And so we have to be top of mind to compete in the energy market, and we do that through promotional advertising. But because it is such a long a long decision cycle, we don't know that that specific ad that they saw in online or what particular direct mail piece leads to that specific purchase decision. We know that collectively those promotional activities keep our company and our product top of mind for the decision to be made by the customer.
And can you point to where in your testimony or any evidence entered in the case that discussion of the long cycle for making a determination about whether to purchase gas is located?
I will try. On page 10, in my rebuttal testimony, for example, it talks about how marketing expenditures are necessary and proper to benefit customers, and that how it helps them make a decision. It presents them with opportunities to make decisions on their home heating choices.
Does that identify the long decision cycle, planning cycle that you just discussed in your testimony?
I'm not sure that that specific language is in here, but I know in here we have discussions about the marketing funnel, which talks about the driving awareness so that when you're ready to make that purchase decision, you have that information top of mind, but I'm having a difficult time identifying it right now.
Okay. But then, just to be clear, even where there's a long decision cycle, there could be some studies that demonstrate that. Are those studies included in your testimony or anywhere else?
I don't have those in my testimony, no.
Okay. And in fact, one moment, please. Maybe I should just proffer this instead of passing out more paperwork, but I'll proffer that attached to the testimony of James Lako is the WGL's answer to staff DR 3412, which states, and I quote, "The company does not track advertising expenditures to correlate to the addition of specific customers." It's a slightly different question, and I'll acknowledge that, counsel, but that is in the record, and I can pass this out and ask the witness about it as well, but I thought I'd just proffer that.
So, Your Honor, the only struggle I have with it is that, of course, we don't have context, and we don't have the document for the witness to look at to see what's written above and below it so that she can understand where it is. I unfortunately don't have my copy of Mr. Lako's testimony available.
That's it. I'm going to distribute a copy of this DR to staff just so we can see it, but I'll just acknowledge that it is a slightly different question, but that is in the record, and I won't belabor this. Would you, Are you?
I will, Your Honor.
Well, I'll
permission to
pass this
approach-
around then. I think I've opened a can of worms.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and distribute this.
Okay.
I've got it. Yeah.
No problem.
Right. Yep, and if I can inquire through the bench, Ms. Bell, we have no objection to you making reference to this. We know that Ms. Lako's testimony has been stipulated and it may have already been entered into the record. So we have no objection to it being referred to.
Now, this is a partial copy of, I believe, of 3412. So I'll be asking you in a little bit, and perhaps we'll come back to this, but let me first, for purposes of the record, I would request that this be marked as OPC Exhibit 11.
So marked.
And I will note that it is already entered into evidence as an attachment to Mr. Lako's testimony. And in particular, it's attached to his JAL S1, to his sur rebuttal testimony. And council and commissioners, I may, well, one moment, please, here. I think if I ask this next question, it might provide more context for what we're looking at here in OPC 11. And that is that the third reason you identify that WGL's promotional advertising is beneficial in the public interest is that it and according to your testimony, contributes to the addition of cost-effective new customers where the positive NPV, which I believe stands for net present value of the revenues, helps to moderate the need for future rate increases, which directly benefits existing and future ratepayers. Is that a fair summation of your testimony on page 9 there?
It is. Oh, so we're back to my rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, and I apologize, but I'll come back to this in a moment. Well, let me come back to it right now.
Okay.
I apologize for the disjointed nature here of what I'm doing here. But looking at this OPC Exhibit 11, then, this is would you agree that this is a WGL's response to staff data request number 34?
It is.
And if you look at, on the second page of it, the attachment, you'll see the question in G, where staff is asking the company to provide all supporting documentation to show that WGL's promotional advertising was the primary or only reason for the addition of all customers, including the 4,586 customers for 2022 with a positive NPV during the years 2018 to 2022. And then it goes on to ask for all other supporting documentation showing the correlation between the level of promotional advertising expense and the number of new customers added for the years 2018 to 2022. Is that an accurate reading of that?
It is.
And then this is the citation I was attempting to proffer. If you look on the last page of this exhibit that I just handed out, you'll see the company's answer there.
Yes.
And it says the company does not track advertising expenditures to correlate to the addition of specific customers. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So now back to the third reason that you gave in your testimony about that it contributes to the addition of cost-effective new customers. I think you've already acknowledged that there's nothing in your testimony, no studies that show that correlation, and the answer in 34G from the company was with respect to these specific customers and this specific question, the company has nothing to correlate that its promotional advertising actually caused their addition. So I want to come back to your reason that you identify that promotional advertising is beneficial. Do you conclude that based on the net present value test that is included in that what's known as the General Services Provision Tariff, Section 14, where that net present value test is laid out? Is that the basis of your conclusion that
It is.
these customers are cost effective?
Yes. I believe company witness Tornimi explained it earlier, maybe it was yesterday, that we look at the cost, we look at the future cash flows, and we ensure that new customers do not present any undue burden to the remainder of the customer base.
Okay, not to inundate you with paper, but I think just for the convenience of everybody, I'll pass out what would be a request be marked as OPC Exhibit 12 for informational purposes.
Thank you so much.
Now again, I'd ask for your indulgence while I pull out my copy of this thing. Now, just to identify for the record, what I've passed out at the top, does it appear to be to you? Can you confirm that this is the company's response to OPC data request number 11?
It is.
In particular, it includes not only the response, but it includes an attachment. If you look at the attachment, does this appear to be a portion of the General Services Provision Tariff that you were referring to in your testimony?
It is. It appears to be at quick glance.
Okay. Now, I think you may have just explained this while I was fussing with my paper a little bit here, but is it accurate to state that the analysis in GSP 14 is designed to determine whether it will cost more to add a new customer to the system than the customer brings in revenues on a net present value basis? Is that right?
Yeah, roughly. I mean, it's meant to look at the costs and the revenues to ensure that it is NPV neutral or positive.
Okay. And that presumes that the customer's location, this new location, remains on the system for 30 years. Is that right? It's over a 30-year period?
It does. It reflects a 30-year period.
Okay. Now, I'll refer you to paragraph 14G of the attachment and what has been marked for identification purposes as OPC Exhibit 12, and that's the General Provisions Tariff
I'm
excerpt. There. Okay. And in the second sentence of G, it talks about one aspect of the test, and is it accurate to say that that in making its determination about whether there's a positive net present value of adding that new customer, that WGL looks at the historic usage levels and consumption patterns of that class of customer, unless there's individual usage data available?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, so in trying to determine whether there's two aspects, and I'll probably oversimplifying this, but there are two main aspects to this. One is looking forward and trying to determine how much revenue that new customer will bring in. And in making that determination, the numbers that the company uses are based on the historic gas usage. In other words, in order to extrapolate the revenue that will be brought in, the usage patterns that are used are historic.
So unfortunately, the model is quite extensive. It's a multi-tab model. And so I don't want to oversimplify it, that it is simply a hard cut of historicals. It would also look at trends, and so it's a forecast, right? And so a forecast isn't often just a historical blunt cut, but unfortunately I don't have the model in front of me to answer more specifically than that.
Well, I actually think that according to the data request, you do have the model in front of you. That if I'll refer to the first page of the OPC data request number 11, the question is, what is the GSP 14 model? And then it says, please provide a detailed description of the model, including how it works.
Yeah, so that's a description of the model. That is not the model.
Okay, so this is a description of the model. Where in this description, this is the entirety of WGL's answer to that data request, do you see a reference to anything other than historic gas usage and, a forecast of trends?
I don't see it. I'm just not confident that I can say with certainty that it doesn't also include a forecast in what is a presumed usage.
Okay. But would you agree, and you can take a few moments to look if you would like, I mean, you do discuss this in your testimony and use it as the basis for your conclusion that promotional advertising leads to the addition of cost-effective customers.
It does.
This is the tariff, and I'm not going to ask you to make a legal conclusion. I mean, that's not an appropriate question, but I'm trying to understand if this is the entirety of the basis for both your testimony and the answer to the DR request, where in here it discusses the potential of focusing on anything other than historic usage.
It does not.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the question's been answered, but I'm going to interpose an objection on this line of question if it's going to continue. The specificity with which OPC is suggesting is in the DR is not there. She has gone beyond the literal words in the question of provide a detailed description. She may, for example, she may believe that the answer is inadequate, but they could have filed a motion to compel, follow-up data requests, they could have done a lot. The fact that she may find the answer lacking is not a failing of Washington Gas.
All right, we'll sustain that one. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to make sure I understand the testimony, though, and your testimony is that this GSP 14 was the basis of your conclusion in your testimony that well, just let me strike that for a second. I'll find it in here. I mean, in your testimony on page 8, lines 10 to 12, you say, that the goal of the company's marketing function is to effectively lower costs to all customers, that the company accomplished this objective by supporting new customers, the addition of new customers in its system, and then you say, the net present value test required under General Services Provision number 14 is conducted so the new customers added to the system do not have a negative impact on existing ratepayers. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. So you're referring to General Services Provision 14 but it's your testimony, and just clarifying here, that you're not sure whether there's something outside of General Services Provision 14 that would include not only looking at historic gas usage when doing the net present value test, but also look at some future forecast.
Well, I guess what I want to clarify is that that's a high level summary, or it's a blunt calculation, historicals, and the model is quite complex. That's all I'm trying to convey. And so if I, for example, used, just to keep it simple, 100 therms yesterday and 80 therms today, would I assume that it would continue to stay at 80? No, you might consider a downward trend, right? So I just want to say, yes, we look at historicals, but it is a complex calculation, and I don't have the specifics of that calculation in front of me. But it is based on historical usage. I can say that with confidence.
Okay, thank you. And so, this isn't meant to be a patronizing question, but you've heard of the Maryland Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022.
I have.
Okay. And you're generally familiar with the goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031?
I am.
Net zero by 2045?
I am.
And are you generally familiar with the fact, as identified in the Climate Solutions Now Act, that it's the intent of the General Assembly that the state move toward broader electrification of both existing buildings and new construction?
I'm familiar, yes.
So you would agree, wouldn't you, based on the statement you just made, that you're confident that the GSP 14 is based on historical usage and patterns, that the GSP 14's calculation of new customer gas usage doesn't take into account the potential reduction of customers' gas consumption?
Well, I don't have the specifics of the law in front of me, but the GSP 14 is designed to be a tool for a particular project, right? So if you, under the laws of how we operate today, want to establish natural gas, we apply the GSP 14 to your project. And it is, we have no reason to believe that were you to establish a gas system today, that you would not use that system for the next 30 years.
Well, let me ask this way then. I mean, if a new customer's gas consumption was less than was estimated by the GSP 14 model, which looks 30 years out, wouldn't the amount of revenue that the customer bring in, the amount of revenue that the customer brings in would be less, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And if usage was significantly less than the historical consumption patterns and usage that are the basis of GSP 14, then the net present value of adding that new customer could be negative. Is that right?
We would not move forward if it was negative. So it's a costing tool.
Sure.
So if we had, you're asking me a question if we got the revenue wrong, but we don't, we use it to determine the cost of the work to ensure that we are not moving forward with a net present value negative project.
Right, but I mean, I think we just talked about and that this is a 30-year estimate, and the Climate Solutions Now Act is focused on a 60% reduction by 2031. I mean, 30 years is a long time.
Right.
And so my question isn't whether you got the calculation wrong, now, but rather, maybe 7 years from now, the customer would be using less gas than projected. And since this is a 30-year projection, couldn't it result in a negative net present value if consumption was actually less than?
Well, we are always looking at the usage patterns of our customers, and energy efficiency, which we promote, has caused our customers to potentially use less gas in their house, right? And so when we're looking at those historicals, that takes that usage into consideration. We don't want to be inaccurate in our revenue forecasts. And so we are constantly looking at those patterns to make sure that the model isn't overinflating any revenue.
Well, just to pursue that a little further, and I don't want to beat this into the ground here, and perhaps it seems like I am, just maybe one or two more questions on this. But again, a customer's usage may be reduced over time, right? So you're making a calculation now and you're saying, all right, based on this historical usage, this is the pattern we project for the next 30 years. And yet a customer may, as you're noting, decide to take advantage of learnings from Empower or other learnings and decide to reduce their gas consumption. They could even decide to electrify, isn't that right?
They could, absolutely, which is why we offer promotional advertising.
You offer promotional advertising encouraging electrification?
No, but when I started my testimony, I said we compete in a competitive marketplace, which means our customers have options.
Okay. And if one of your customers exercised that option, say 7 years out, and said, boy, the Climate Solutions Now Act matters to me, I think I'll electrify, then you would have a negative net present value for the addition of that customer under the GSP 14 model. Isn't that correct?
For that particular customer, but on average, it's a forecast, so forecasts aren't entirely accurate. We will have some that use more, and we will have some that use less. But our goal is to look at the data and make sure that on average, we do not overly burden our current base with taking on customers who will use less.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So I think I've ended that line of questioning. Thank you for your indulgence. Now, you've further stated, and I think we talked about this at the beginning of your testimony, back to sort of the first reason was to help customers make an informed decision, that one of the functions of the company's promotional advertising and why you think it's beneficial and in the public interest is to assist them in making an informed energy decision. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to the attachment, one of the attachments to your testimony, and I believe it's rebuttal testimony exhibit R2, MWM R2. And that has several categories in it. And first, let me just ask you, before I delve into the educational aspects of this, in staff and in your attachment to your testimony, this is actually, I believe, a response to a staff DR request. Is that right? Your exhibit attached to your rebuttal testimony is a response to the company's response to staff DR request 1546. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And just to level set and make sure I didn't get that wrong, that staff DR request also attaches some material that I wasn't going to ask you about here. I just want to make sure that the advertising examples, the illustrative examples that I was going to refer you to, I believe those are also a response to staff DR request. It says up in the upper right-hand corner of that attachment, staff DR request 25-8. So I believe I misspoke. The first section of your rebuttal response attaches an exhibit that is a response to staff DR request 1546.
Yeah,
and this one in the upper right-hand corner says 25-8. Is that right?
That's correct. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, and just as I was turning the page, I noticed this. The first page of that response, it says illustrative advertising examples, top 5 campaigns. So this isn't meant to attach every advertising campaign you're just giving illustrative examples.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And in the first page, it discusses the Washington National sponsorship, which, am I correct that in Mr. Tiarimi's rebuttal testimony, he's removed the Washington National sponsorship from the promotional advertising cost of service in this case?
No, I don't believe that is what he said, subject to check.
Okay. If you don't know the answer to that, that's okay. So, back to sort of the informed decision making. Could you look then under the trade partnerships? I believe there's a trade partnerships and customer education.
Yes.
And you talked about, I believe earlier in your testimony, that part of making an informed decision is understanding pricing information, being informed about different choices, being informed about, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, please correct me, informed about what your choices are in the marketplace. Is that generally accurate?
It's accurate.
Okay. So could you point to me where in the promotional advertising, which is used to inform customers and ensure they're making an informed decision, where it discusses the Climate Solutions Now Act and its potential impact?
It does not.
Okay. And the pricing information is present-day pricing information, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's no pricing information offered, and I don't know why Washington Gas would, but there's no, just to further belabor this just a little bit, there's no pricing information that says here's what the price is now, but here's what the price might be 7 years from now, as customers may exit gas and electrify their homes, potentially increasing the prices. Is that right?
I would suggest that we don't have near enough information about what is required to get to that place or to project what a 5-year, 7-year, 10-year cost structure would look like across these options.
Okay. And thank you. And you also talked about, I think, what you referred to as precedent in your testimony, discussing how the Commission has previously decided that certain promotional advertising costs did benefit, were directly beneficial to ratepayers in the public interest. Is that right? You had some discussion in your testimony.
I think so, yes.
Okay. And you noted that the most recent of those cases was case number 9651, which was...
Can you tell me what page you're on, please?
I've got to admit, I don't know.
Okay.
I just remember that, I think, let's see, it says, please discuss the precedent that leads you to believe that promotional advertising expense should be recoverable, and it's on page 10. That question is at lines 9 and 10. And then I believe you discuss case number 9651 in 2020. You also cite a hearing examiner's order from case number 8959, which well precedes 2020, I believe.
Yes, I see. I'm with you. I'm here.
So my question is that the most recent of those precedents, and strike that, the most recent of those cases was in 2020 and 9651. You would agree, wouldn't you, that all of the cases that you cite, including 9651, happened before the passage of the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022?
Yes, chronologically, yes, they have happened before.
I have no further questions. I would, before, and I don't want to, I would like to do some exhibit cleanup here and move some things into the record that I think that we haven't, Your Honor, but I can wait to do that until after council's had the opportunity to redirect, if that is amenable.
Washington Gas has no objection to their admission.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and do it now.
Okay, so I think we had some previous exhibits that were also sort of informational type of exhibits, but I think those were OPC exhibits 3 and 4. I don't believe I moved those into the record either. If we
That's
could
correct.
And if we could go ahead, and I will remind you what.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have to apologize. Washington Gas has no objections to the cross exhibits that were just used, 10, 11, and 12.
All right.
Prior ones, I wasn't at the table.
So 3 and 4 were actually just commission orders.
Oh, yes, I was here for that, and they actually don't need to be admitted, but we have no objection.
Right. So, okay. Okay.
I would agree with that, but I don't know. I'm a Virgo and I like to have all the check marks on there.
No problem. So now we're to 10,
Okay,
11,
now
12.
to 1011 was the Comar provision, 20070408. I'd like to move that in. Our Exhibit 11, I will note that that's also attached to Mr. Lako's testimony, so perhaps
Well, go ahead.
yeah,
it'll be
we'll go.
fine.
So I'll move that in as well, and then OPC Exhibit 12, which was the OPC, the company's response to OPC data request number 11. I would like to move that in as well, and I believe that all of our exhibits will then be moved into evidence. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Looks like to me. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So admitted. AOBA. GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, MEA. Staff.
Just a few, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Musgrove.
Good afternoon.
I'm Michael Dean on behalf of the staff. Regarding OPC Exhibits 11 and 12, do you still have those?
Yes.
Starting with OPC Exhibit 12, question 11-2. First of all, these were all sponsored by David Koschel.
Costco, yes.
Costco. Is he work for you?
He does.
Okay, thank you. Question 11-12 is in regard to Montgomery County's new building electrification standards bill 13-22 that prohibits gas in most new electric buildings starting in 2027. And at the end of the answer here, it says a net positive value calculation pursuant to General Services provision number 14 is not performed if the dwelling or building is not eligible to utilize natural gas. By this response, that does not apply to new buildings in Montgomery County currently. Is that correct?
So I think what we're trying to explain is that the GSP 14 calculation is applied where natural gas would be allowed, right? So if there is some sort of prohibition by, and I'm sorry, I don't have the standards in front of me, but we couldn't apply it somewhere where they weren't able to use natural gas, right? So it's a new customer that is in our allowed territory.
Okay, so what this is saying, that's the general rule, but since the prohibition isn't until 2027, that would not apply then in Montgomery County. Is that correct?
It would, for the dwellings and the units that are in Montgomery County after 2027, we would have no need to apply for where it applied, right? Because it's not broad sweeping. Again, I don't have the bill in front of me, but where it applied, we would have no need to apply the net present value calculation. They would not be seeking natural gas.
Thank you. I was just clarifying this. Turning to exhibit number 11, OPC exhibit number 11, which is staff data request 34-12.
Yep.
Item F. At the bottom here it says you were the sponsor for item F.
Yes.
And it says no customers rejected for gas service as the first sentence of the answer there.
Yes.
And then it describes the application of the General Services Provision 14 test again.
Yes.
So when you say no customers rejected, that means that no customers initially rejected prior to applying this test.
Yes.
And if the net present value comes up negative, meaning a contribution is required, that's when the customer would decide.
Exactly.
Does the company ever waive the contribution?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Turning to your testimony now. Your rebuttal testimony. Turning to page 7. At line 2 at the very top, where it says the company, let's see, I've attached a copy of the public version of the company's response as exhibit MWM-R-XY. That should be exhibit 1.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's just a cleanup.
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
Uh,
Yes, R1.
Because I'm a Virgo also. At line 10, let's see, A through D in the section right here is describing reasons that expenses may have fluctuated. And at line 10, you talk about the new service provider, Sutherland. The transition to the new service provider. Has the transition period ended?
It has.
And you're satisfied with how they are performing in their call center duties?
Extremely. All of our service functions are performing extraordinarily well.
Thank you. And then on item D, it refers to the Maryland Corrective Action Plan. Are you still operating under this Corrective Action Plan?
We are operating under a revised plan.
Thank you. And then lastly, on the very last page, on your promotional advertising, at the bottom left-hand side, it has an ad here discussing the conversion to natural gas. First of all, do you review or approve the ad campaign?
I do, or my director does. Can you tell me which ad you're looking at? I'm so sorry.
This one right here?
Yes. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
The digital display ads. Yes.
Okay. Is this a discussion of conversion from electric to a gas home, or a different type of conversion?
I do, and perhaps I'm looking at the wrong ad. I do not see the word conversion on this advertisement.
It says convert to a natural gas home.
Oh, I must be looking at the wrong one.
If it might help, Your Honor, the very last page of the very
I got
last
it.
exhibit.
Thank you.
Page
Okay.
404,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Yes. So we have a set of customers who convert from, say, propane or oil. So that would typically be what conversion would refer to.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Staff has no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, limited, please. Ms. Musgrove, there were a number of questions from counsel for OPC, a couple specifically in reference to OPC Exhibit 11. If I could ask you to get that before you.
I have it.
And Lawyer Bell directed you to the last page of that exhibit, which had the answer in G, as in grape.
She did.
And do you recall your answer there as you simply read that into the record?
I think so.
And can you explain why, if you know, why the company does not track advertising expenditures, and further, why, if you know, that the company knows that its advertising is effective and actually leads to customer signups?
Sure. So we have a modest promotional advertising budget, and in the test year it yielded, as you can see in the testimony, $61 million in net present value. So for a very modest promotional budget, we yield a tremendous amount of benefit to our customers, in that those revenues are spread. The new customers share the cost of the system. It is to do the tracking of those very specific promotional ads can be very difficult and inaccurate. And so we remain present, just like a car company sort of remains present, and they're keeping the product top of mind, so that the purchase decision, so when the person is making the purchase decision, they have natural gas in mind. So we track the amount we spend and what we generate each year in new customers and net present value.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the redirect we have.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, this has been covered pretty well, but just good afternoon first.
Good afternoon.
Just on this promotional, it is a fairly modest amount, but it does seem to be pretty clear in Comar that promotional advertising should not be a ratepayer cost. Something should be borne by the shareholder, unless it can be demonstrated to our satisfaction that it is in the public interest or benefits the ratepayer. Are we potentially in this untenable situation where, as a Maryland taxpayer, if the public interest is, from Annapolis is stated to be moving away from gas and fossil fuels toward electrification, so I'm paying my taxes and that's the direction public policy is going, but then as a gas customer, I'm then would be subsidizing, asking people to either use more gas, and there's some, looking at you've seen your own ads. It's get a generator, all these different benefits of gas. So actually using more gas or converting to gas.
Sure.
So again, help me out. I mean, you're you're here to demonstrate to our satisfaction
Yes.
that this is not an untenable situation.
Right.
We're in.
Sure, and I don't want to veer too much into what is a policy, discussion that isn't, within the scope of my testimony. But we obviously believe that natural gas will be a viable part of the emerging clean energy ecosystem, and we need our infrastructure to do so. And we have new products that will run through that infrastructure. And so, in order to get there, we have to maintain the system, and we have to maintain the system over a significant amount of customers, so that no customers begin to bear undue costs because of that.
Okay. Even if that is moving contrary, again, to the stated aims of the Climate Solutions Now Act.
I mean, again, I don't have the act in front of me now, but we do engage in emissions reduction activity pretty consistently across our system. And so I think the goals of that act are tied to emissions reduction, and we believe that we have viable actions and products that will support that.
Okay. And I was looking more at the promotional campaign, but I think
I see.
I think we've touched on that enough. So thank you very much.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions of the witness.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Musgrave.
Afternoon.
So I'm a Leo, so I don't really know how that fits in with Virgo, but I'm gonna ask some questions.
Well, I'm a
about
Libra. I think
promotional.
we go together.
There we go. We're so it'll be you and I just kind of speaking to each other. Everybody
great.
else can ignore us. So I wanted to turn your attention to page 8 of your testimony again. So we'll be spending some time here, and I know that it is a relatively small amount. And it's not $45 million, but it is, following up on Commissioner Richards' line of questioning. It's important for us to make sure that we are doing the things that we need to do, and you're not overstepping, we're not overstepping. So, your first bullet focuses on providing comparative energy costs and energy decisions, and,
Yes.
and you spoke about converting from propane to oil, although an electric customer can look at that ad and see that you're encouraging conversion away from electricity and to natural gas. And so you can understand why it could make us a little bit sort of nervous about how this advertising is fitting within the context of sort of making better and cleaner decisions about sort of going forward. I'm sort of looking at the advertisements here, and I'm not seeing anything that looks to sort of new gas technologies, enhanced efficiency. So do you have advertisements that sort of, encouraging customers to use natural gas heat pumps or sort of enhanced efficiencies with natural gas technologies?
We probably the heat pumps, right? So we're not quite there with the renewable natural gas or hydrogen, obviously, that we were talking about yesterday. But perhaps I could offer this. We update the cost comparisons annually. So should those cost comparisons change for whatever, bucket of energy we compare, 2,300 square feet, three-person household, that sort of thing, that changes, right? And we believe that the customer has a right to know that they have those options today. And today, electrification is generated to a significant degree by natural gas, right? And so we are simply putting forth to the customer, and we believe customers should be aware of their choices, that you have choices in your energy, and these are today's average costs in selecting
Well,
those.
but the challenge is, so you're, on some level, you're putting your finger on the scale a little bit, though, because you're not presenting choices without some self-interest on your part. I mean, you're presenting choices and you're asking customers to use natural gas. So you're not presenting a balanced set of choices that you're sort of doing it for the public interest. You're doing it for WGL. You're offering the choice you're offering is natural gas.
Yes, but I guess I interpret the COMAR, no, I don't promote, electrification. We would leave that to PEPCO, right, who is putting communications out in market. But the hurdle is that it is in the best interests of the ratepayers, and to have a large base of customers is in the best interest of the ratepayer.
Right, but we're mixing a little apples and oranges. I mean, I'm just talking about. I mean, I was sort of looking at the advertisements here, and I mean, they seem to be promoting use of natural gas, but I'm not seeing the education piece of it, as in, if you convert from oil to natural gas, or if you convert from propane to natural gas, this is what you'll save. Or if you use a new kind of technology, this is what, I mean, that to me is more sort of informational. This doesn't feel informational. This feels really like you're advertising for a customer to buy more natural gas.
So we are hands down promoting natural gas, absolutely. And our goal is to get our customers to pick up the phone, to go on our website, to start to get some more of that information, so that they can make decisions for themselves. But
Right.
I agree with you. We are promoting that.
Right, and so the challenge then is, I mean, we're not telling you not to promote your product. We're just, the question is whether we're going to allow you to recover those costs from the customers that you were trying to convert. The second piece of the benefits, you're talking about adding new customers, and the goal of the advertisement is to add new customers. And the goal of adding new customers, I guess for existing customers, it helps to balance the costs. More customers, you get to you share the infrastructure costs, but you are making money every time you add a new customer. You're not.
We are.
I mean, so it's not.
Unless it's
The
present
goal of
value neutral.
so the goal of adding customers is not just to balance the costs, so to lessen the burden of existing customers. The goal of adding customers from the WGL perspective is that you get to make money with every customer you add to the system.
So yes, so we do aim to make the profit, absolutely. I wouldn't suggest otherwise. But the COMAR hurdle is that it should be beneficial to the customer base. And so that's why I refer to the benefit. That's why I talk specifically about the benefits to the customer.
Right, but it's, I mean, I guess there's always, I mean, it's very rare that you take action that only has one effect.
Yes.
I mean, there are generally lots of things that come out, some good, some bad. But there's no question that WGL is going to make money every time a customer is added.
I hesitate because there are the net present value neutral, right? That passes the hurdle.
Yes, but
I think for the most part,
every time they buy gas,
absolutely,
you make
yes,
money.
Absolutely,
Right.
yes. So we are in the business of being profitable. Again, the Comar asks us to talk about not the business's profitability, but the benefits of this to the customer.
All right. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
So, sticking with the advertisements, why don't we go to page 3 of the attachment at the end of your testimony with the
My rebuttal testimony.
So, and I'm looking at the ads for the fireplace,
yes,
the water heater, and the generator. So,
yes.
This ad for fireplace is essentially trying to entice existing customers to add additional gas service by converting their fireplace or creating a fireplace that would be run on natural gas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the goal of this is actually to try to get the customer to use more gas over what they would be using.
Yes.
Okay. The water heater ad
or a new service.
Or
so,
new service, right?
Yeah.
So, but they'd have to have gas service because you can't get a
you're
gas
right.
fireplace
Absolutely.
unless you
right.
have gas.
Right. Unless
already.
you're thinking of
Sure.
building a home, or
Right.
but for the
Sure.
most part, I'm following you. Yes.
The water heater ad that's in competition with electric water heaters, correct?
I'm sure. Yes.
Okay. And then the bottom one, that's sort of competing against diesel generators that people use to try and offset their when the power goes out. So, so I guess along the same lines of Commissioner Sussman's questions, I'm wrestling with the idea that if state policy is to raise concerns about natural gas and moving away from it because of this concern about greenhouse gas emissions for fossil fuels, I'm wondering how promotion of these things, which is going in the opposite direction, is really something that we should be having ratepayers pay for.
Sure. I guess I would offer that the opposite would be problematic for ratepayers, right? So if we didn't promote, if we didn't let customers know that we have these options, then we would risk having a declining rate base, which would start to become very costly for our ratepayers. And so today, I have an obligation to serve, and in doing so, I need to focus on, and I also focus on affordability, and this is the way I maintain that today.
And in your mind, this fits in under this sort of exception to the rule of not allowing inclusion of promotional costs, that you think these ads do provide education and benefits to customers.
So we are allowed promotional. Historically, we have been allowed promotional. And so I'm saying, yes, we are promoting, and there is a benefit to the rate base in promoting.
So, and again, getting back to that, I mean, I noticed the quote that you used was from a proposed order of a hearing examiner, later Commissioner Freifeld, but I mean, that was quite a while ago, right? And obviously, the world's changed a lot since that precedent was sort of established for allowing these costs to go through, and there's now all new sorts of things that this commission needs to take in consideration when it comes to, maintaining this sort of precedent to allow these costs to come through based on the rationale described by Commissioner Firefeld.
Sure, I wouldn't suggest that the world hasn't changed. It certainly has significantly. But I still have an obligation to maintain a safe, reliable, and affordable system. And this, maintaining a strong customer base, is part of that affordability.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So why don't we take a 10-minute break? On the record.
Commission, Mr. Chair, if I may, on behalf of staff, just a housekeeping thing. We wanted to, I don't think we had marked for identification. There was that 1983 document that was referred to in our discussion with Kevin Murphy, with the Washington Gas witness with respect to the capital X. It's a commission order, so we're not actually seeking to put it in the record, but it is not easily accessible, given that it's a 1983 document. So could we have that marked? So I could go ahead and distribute that, as I think we would be at, my list is right, that would be staff exhibit 7.
Yes.
So let me just distribute that, and again, we'll leave it at that. I just have a couple more housekeeping chores. No, I appreciate you telling me. Thank you. The other housekeeping, we do have witnesses Evan Thomas, Drew McAuliffe, Negusi Tesfaye, who's Negusi we were talking about today in connection with the project cost. We wanted to know if there's need for, if they need to be here for cross-examination. If any of the parties have any questions for them, in other words.
Your Honor, I'm checking with Mr. Buckley, who has left the hearing room temporarily. I think it is 99.267% likely we'll have no cross for any staff witness, but I need to check that with Mr. Buckley. I'm a cusp Gemini Cancer. I don't think that's important, but everybody's sharing, so
Another item, we had that the large sheet Excels with the list of STRIDE projects. I think I neglected to have that marked, and that would be marked then as staff exhibit 8. Or, excuse me, 5. I'm sorry, 5.
That was 5.
Okay. Did we? I'm not sure if we moved that into the record. If not, I'd like to.
You didn't do that.
Okay, my mistake there. And let's see, I think that may be on that. And then last, but certainly not least, as of this moment, as Negusi Tesfaye and Kevin Murphy of Washington Gas are talking. No lawyers, no accountants, no economists, just the two of them talking about a possible exchange of information to address staff's desires and Washington Gas's issues as well. So we're hoping that would we'll work to resolution there. We would ask that suspend any deadlines for staff response to the motion to compel, and as well as any hearing on the motion to compel until we see where those discussions are going.
Washington Gas is supportive of staff's request.
Well, I just wanted to add, I don't know what the results of this discussion are going to be or what kind of information it's going to result in revealing, but OPC would ask to reserve whatever rights we have for our expert to review that, because it could potentially affect or negate some of his testimony, and he should have an opportunity to respond to that, given that this is being provided at a late date. And I haven't had a chance to talk to him about these issues yet, so I don't know what the likelihood of that is, but I'd just like to see some sort of procedural mechanism in place to ensure that if we do need to respond to this information, and I can't say one way or the other, we probably don't, but if there is a chance that we do, that we reserve the ability to keep the record open or for him to address those issues.
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, these discussions can go forth and we'll sort of see what you guys work out, but we actually may have our own ideas on this based on what we've heard. So let's just sort of proceed ahead. We'll see what you offer, and then we'll go from there.
And when would you want to reply? I guess that would pick the question.
Well, I guess, I mean, the sooner you guys can figure this out, the better. So.
No, I mean in terms of a reply to the motion to compel.
Oh, well, well, I mean, do you need like a day, 2 days?
Let's say Wednesday. Yeah, if we could. Yeah, we've just, we just
I
got,
don't want to, I mean, since you literally just got it this morning, just like.
literally just got it this morning. And Monday would be,
All right.
if that's possible.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, thank you. And we will keep you posted again if there's any,
Sure.
hopefully any breakthroughs
Okay.
on that front. That's all I have. Thank you.
Robert Kane for the record, on behalf of Washington Gas. Washington Gas calls Scott Smith to the stand.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, wait, actually, before that,
Oh, sorry. Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Smith,
Your business.
6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia. That's 22151.
Mr. Smith, who are you employed by?
Washington Gas.
And how long have you been employed by Washington Gas?
Just over 12 years.
What is your current position with Washington Gas?
I am manager over contractor services.
Do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony on the stand with you?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct to assume that your rebuttal testimony consists of 10 pages of narrative questions and answers?
Yes.
Is your testimony accompanied by confidential exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Does your rebuttal testimony or exhibits include any confidential information?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Smith, do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to the testimonies that we just recently discussed?
I have one correction, and that is the date in Table 1 on page 8 of my rebuttal. So at the top of Table 1, the date currently says 1/1/2020. That needs to be changed to 3/1/2021.
Okay. If I asked you today the questions that are contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same as they are currently?
Yes, they would.
Do you adopt the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
And was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would ask that Mr. Smith's rebuttal testimony be marked as WGL Exhibit Number 31.
So marked?
And we would also like that testimony entered into evidence.
So, let me, on some of these others where you've had confidential information, you've done 31 and then 31C. Are we doing the same thing here, or is this?
Yes, we'll, for the confidential version, we'll do 31C.
Right, okay. So marked for 31 and so marked for 31C.
Okay. Your Honor, can we move that into evidence?
Without objection, so admitted.
And Mr. Smith is available for cross-examination.
CCAN, I don't see them here. OPC.
No cross.
AOBA. GSA. Montgomery, Prince George's County, MEA.
No cross.
Staff.
Short cross, Your Honor. Want to present Washington Gas's response to staff data request 14-1. We could have this marked as Staff Exhibit 8. does have a flip side with another exhibit. I probably should have done 2 different copies, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
It's my job, and I'm falling down on my
Don't
job.
worry.
Mr. Alpert,
oh, did I miss you?
you did.
Sorry. Let me know when you're done reading it. Again, I'm looking just at right now, just what's NTS-5 in the upper right-hand corner, the DR 14-1.
Yes, sir.
Are you have you read this over?
Yes, I have.
And I want to focus on the answer where you specifically say, as stated in the Commission Order 89680, paragraph 67, the company plans to file annual reports by February 10th of each year as to the status of its MSR replacement plan program. Now, MSR stands for?
Mercury Service Regulator.
Okay. I'm sorry, yes, it's a little confusing. I'm going to be introducing I put 2 exhibits on 1 page. I'll get to the other item.
Okay.
On the back of this is NTS-4. This is a Ngusi Tesfaye's testimony. That's where I got it from.
Shouldn't Mr. Nagusi be entering this himself?
Well, I'm using it as a cross exhibit.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it is part of his testimony, but I'm using it for cross. Now, were you familiar with the I'll call it the regulator replacement program?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar for the reason why those regulators are being replaced?
Yes, I understand the sensitivity.
And what is the reason for the replacement?
So the reason is that in Order 89680, Washington Gas was mandated to remove all Mercury Service regulators from multifamily and non-multifamily locations within a 1-year survey date and a 3-year replacement date for multifamily, and a 3-year survey date and a 3-year replacement date for non-multifamily.
Now, what is the factor that led the commission to make that directive?
I believe that was a ruling of the NTSB.
And what was the NTS and NTSB being the National Transportation Safety Board, correct?
Yes.
Which is a federal agency that regulates gas distribution and gas pipelines.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was motivating the NTSB to make that directive?
I do not know at this time.
Okay. I'd like to mark for identification staff Exhibit 9.
I'm sorry, which exhibit are you marking as exhibit number?
It's another. We'll get to that flip side. This is a screen. This is from the Washington Gas website.
So it's a new document he's passing.
New document.
Okay.
Yes, we'll get to the back side. I'm sorry, it's a little convoluted there. Apologies.
Mr. Alpert. You did.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and this is from the Washington Gas website.
Yes, sir, it is.
And I just wanted to bring it in because that first paragraph at the top, this last sentence, the primary reason to remove these service regulators is to eliminate mercury from our environment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now on the flip side, get back to our original ones. Apologies for this back and forth here. The flip side of our NTS Vive, which is the DR14-1, is what is in Negusie's NTS-4. And this is testimony by staff in Washington Gas's last rate case. And member of our engineering division, John Clemenson, gives recommendations on the customer notification and service termination process associated with the Mercury Service Regulator Replacement Program. Okay, so this is we would ask again that this be marked as, this would be Exhibit 10.
So marked.
And if you could just read that through, I'll read it into the record, make it easy. What information does the CAD, that's CAD as in David, which stands for the Consumer Affairs Division, and PSCED, I'm going to assume that's the Public Service Commission Engineering Division. So let me start again. What information does the CAD and the PSCED need associated with the MSRRP, Customer Notification and Service Termination Process? And I'm assuming the Mercury Service Regulator Replacement Program?
Yes.
I got that. And the answer at the beginning of line 8 is the CAD, C-A-D, should receive notifications of pending terminations weekly, so the CAD can compare the list against any complaints concerning termination received, if any. Normally, CAD would not provide feedback to the company on this report, as it is informational in case complaints are received by CAD. BGE accomplished this notification, referring to Baltimore Gas and Electric. So let me start again. BGE accomplished this notification by emailing a spreadsheet periodically on its pending terminations for its meter protection program. BG also would send a second spreadsheet attachment periodically to CAD and the engineering division for tracking purposes that was a cumulative summary of all the accounts that have previously been terminated, with information such as the date that service termination was executed and when service was reconnected. And if I just commentary, the engineering division referring to the Commission's engineering division. So that was Mr. Clemenson's recommendation. Now I bring that up because then in the Commission's decision, and I have a copy of the entire decision, but I just, ease of reference here, I made a copy of the cover page and the specific page. So let me hand this out, where the Commission specifically addresses Mr. Clemenson's recommendation. And I'm going to make that connection. Between what Mr. Clemenson said and what the Commission did.
Mr. Allen.
Did I do that?
Quick question.
Yes.
This is 10. Which one is? Right, right, right. But I'm asking. Which is this? Okay.
Okay, now to come full loop, and this is the last point I'm making. In this is an excerpt from the decision of the Commission on December 18th, 2020, in case 9622. And paragraph 67 says, if you read down there, the fourth line from the bottom of paragraph 67, well, let me start that sentence, which starts on the fourth line down of 67.
I don't have a copy, sir.
Did I not give it to you?
Thank you.
Let me start again.
And we're on page 24 on the back, right?
Yes, 24 in the back. Paragraph 67. And fourth line down. The Commission therefore accepts WGL's new replacement program with the following conditions. And go down to 3. WGL shall file annual reports by February 10th of each year as to the status of its program. And 4, WGL shall work with the Commission's Consumer Affairs Division and Engineering Division to adopt an MSR replacement program, customer notification, and service termination process as discussed in staff witness Clemenson's direct testimony. So here they're adopting that recommendation that I handed out as NTS-4 with that. So my question to you is this: did Washington Gas implement item number 4? In other words, has Washington Gas, are they working with Commission's Consumer Affairs Division and Engineering Division to adopt an MSR replacement program plan, customer notification, and service termination process as discussed in staff witness Clemenson's direct testimony?
I believe Washington Gas is working with the CAD and Engineering Division. We have submitted in data request number 6 that we were continuously testing and building that framework out. Yes.
No, I'm sorry, your data request number 6?
Yes.
What is that in this case here?
It's from June 28th, I believe.
Is that associated with this?
Yes, yes.
In this rate case. So you're saying you are now working with the Engineering Division and CAD?
Yes, we did submit a proposed plan.
Okay, has there been any, you submitted that to the Engineering and the
Yes.
CAD Division?
Uh-huh.
Has there been any response to that?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay, and you sent that out, when did that go out?
The 28th.
Of?
June.
Okay, of this year.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard? Commissioner O'Donnell?
I have no questions.
Commissioner Sessions?
Thank you.
Actually, a question for me, just so I'm straight on this. This regulator replacement program is different than the so-called flower branch regulator replacement program.
Yes, this would be a like-for-like exchange of a regulator rather than moving a regulator from inside a space to the exterior.
Okay. And the reason for this replacement program is because of the presence of mercury in the old regulators, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's considered to be an environmental hazard, I guess?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, that's good enough. Thank you.
Commissioner, can I then move into the record? Let's see, we have a staff exhibit 8, which is the response to DR 14-1. That's the one that says upper right-hand corner exhibit NTS-5. Ask that be introduced as staff exhibit 8.
Mhm.
The screenshot off the Washington Gas website on the Mercury Regulator Program, we'd ask that be introduced as staff exhibit 9.
Okay.
And the excerpt from Mr. Clemenson's testimony that we have at the upper right-hand corner, exhibit NTS-4, we'd ask that that be admitted as staff exhibit 10.
But you're not doing 11.
You mean the actual excerpt? No, we don't. It's an excerpt from a commission decision.
Fair enough.
I think it's actually attached to one of the OPC witnesses' testimony,
I
Greg
see.
Myers'
Okay.
testimony.
So,
Yeah.
without objection, so admitted.
That's all staff has.
No objections.
The company calls Tom Bergen. We'd ask that he be sworn. Good afternoon, sir. Could you say your name for the record, please?
I am Tom Burgum,
And who are you employed by?
Washington Gas Light,
How long have you been employed by Washington Gas?
just over 1 year.
What is your current position within Washington Gas?
I am the Senior Director of Total Rewards and HR Operations.
Did you offer any testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you offer direct testimony?
Rebuttal testimony.
Rebuttal testimony. And am I correct that your rebuttal testimony consists of 9 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That is correct.
Is that testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, it is. There are 3 exhibits.
Does it contain any confidential information?
The first of the 3 exhibits is labeled as confidential.
Do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to that testimony?
No, I don't.
If I asked you today the questions that are contained in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you adopt and direct the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, I would mark the rebuttal testimony of company witness Burgum number as Washington Gas Exhibit 32 and ask that it be moved into evidence.
So marked and so moved.
Mr. Burgum, do you have any rejoinder to offer in this case?
No, I don't.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Actually, so are we doing what we've done before with 32
Excuse me,
and
Chairman, yes.
32s?
We can label the non-confidential version WGL 32 and the confidential version WGL 32C.
C. Right, okay. So marked, so moved. All done. CCAN, not here. OPC.
Yes, I have some questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Bergen. My name is Carolyn Elephant. I'm with the Office of People's Counsel, and I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your testimony. So essentially, your testimony was presented to defend the company's position seeking recovery of 50% of LTI or long-term incentive compensation in rates. Is that accurate?
That's part of my testimony, yes.
And just before I get started on the questions, can you just briefly explain, give us an explanation, a working explanation of LTI, long-term incentive compensation?
Long-term incentive plans are a part of our total compensation package. They are provided to align long-term strategic thinking for our executives with the company's long-term performance.
Okay. Now, you testified that turn to page 3 of your testimony, and you testified there that you say on page 3 that, no, I'm sorry, is it page 3 or page 4? Okay, and you say at page 3, starting at line 25, going over to page 4, that allowing 50% recovery of LTI is consistent with past commission precedent. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And are you aware of the commission's the date of the commission's last rate case for Washington Gas?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Would you agree, subject to check, that the last rate case was 9651, which was 2020, 2021?
We can stipulate.
Okay. Now, since 2021, Washington Gas has actually changed one of the metrics it uses for long-term incentive compensation. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified at page 4, you testified that in your testimony at page 4, line 6 to 9, that one of the current LTI metrics is earnings per share, and that replaced funds from operation, which was used prior to 2022. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So at least one of the metrics that long-term incentive compensation is based on has changed since the last rate case. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Now, the second long-term incentive metric is total shareholder return. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it your position that these two metrics that are the basis of awarding long-term incentives, earnings per share and total shareholder returns, are, when earnings per share and total shareholder returns increase, that both customers and shareholders are benefited equally?
I have said that they are not mutually exclusive. that the company's performance can be successful over a 3-year period, and those metrics can also open up doors and show benefits to our customers. That is included in my testimony as I refer to a high total shareholder return opens up additional access to capital at lower costs, which benefits our customers. In addition, the long-term incentive plan serves as a key retention tool for our executives. It's offered to maybe less than 10% of our population, and it mitigates the costs associated with executive turnover.
Now, would you agree that those are qualitative benefits? You haven't quantified the benefits to customers, have you?
Not in my testimony.
Okay. And has Washington Gas ever done any studies showing the connection between these long-term incentive metrics and benefits to customers?
I'm not aware of any such studies performed.
Okay. And can you show that if these metrics are not met, that rates for customers would be higher?
Absent those studies,
Okay.
I don't think I can make that case.
Now, aren't there scenarios where there are activities that are contrary to customer interests that could cause those metrics to increase? For example, couldn't you have a situation where Washington Gas, and this is just hypothetical, but a situation where Washington Gas or any company engages in aggressive cost cutting, which causes earnings per share to rise? Would that still, that wouldn't be a benefit to customers, would it?
Well, cost cutting is not the only factor that's included in earnings per share, so that could have secondary ramifications, and that alone would not cause EPS to rise.
Okay. Now, you attached to your rebuttal an exhibit TEB-R2. I don't believe that is confidential.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we go to TEB-R2, let me just get up there. Okay. Are you there also?
I am.
Okay. So TEBR2 is Washington Gas's long-term incentive plan. Is that right?
Yes.
And in the first paragraph of this plan, you state that the purpose of this plan, the purpose of Washington Gas's LTI plan, is to assist the company in attracting and retaining individuals by allowing individuals serving the company to participate in the success of the company and to promote greater alignment of interests between those designated as participants under the plan and shareholders of AltaGas. That's what it says, correct?
Yes, it does say that.
But there's nothing in this long-term incentive plan purpose that speaks specifically to the interest of consumers, is there?
Simply because it's not stated in the plan document, which is a legally required document, doesn't mean that isn't an effect of the plan as stated previously in the testimony.
And are you familiar with Washington Gas's, with another Washington Gas, with the position that Washington Gas has taken in a DC rate case regarding long-term recovery of long-term incentives?
Not at the moment.
Okay. I don't have any further questions then.
Aoba. GSA. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, MEA. Staff.
Briefly, Your Honor. I'm Michael Dean on behalf of staff, Mr. Burgum. Turning to page 3 of your testimony, at line 21, company here refers to Washington Gas.
Yes, in line 21, that's my understanding.
Okay. Turning to the next page, the question at line 4 talks of the company's financial performance, and the answer describes the change in stock prices and dividends paid. Is this the same company?
The LTI plan's performance is measured at the AltaGas level.
Okay, so it would probably be better if this was described as being AltaGas or the parent company.
Was that a question or a suggestion? I
A
apologize.
suggestion.
Okay.
And staff will have no further questions.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Richard.
No question.
Commissioner Sushman.
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brigham. So just to follow up on questions from staff council, the metrics that you use for LTI relate to how AltaGas is doing, not how WGL is doing. Is that correct?
WGL's results are included in AltaGas.
Right,
Yes,
but-
they are measured at the AltaGas level.
Right, but there are other companies included in those metrics as well. And in fact, WGL could be performing adequately or even poorly, but if the other companies are doing quite well, it could skew how WGL is performing in terms of giving out bonuses to WGL executives that are part of the LTI program. Is that correct?
You use the word bonuses. I think we were referring to the long-term incentive plan.
Okay, but it's, well, I mean,
Yes.
compensation, isn't
Compensation.
that, okay.
Under the LTI plan, since it's measured at the AltaGas level.
Right.
It
So
does
that,
look at the full portfolio. So
Okay.
the converse then would be true as well. Washington Gas Light could outperform the rest of the portfolio while the rest of it underperforms, and that could then reduce the benefits payable to the WGL executives.
okay, so that there's not any direct tie into how WGL is doing, and then their compensation sort of based on WGL. It is a company-wide, and yet you're asking us to allow for recovery for how the company is doing as a whole, as opposed to how AltaGas is doing as a whole, as opposed to how WGL is doing. I mean, on some level, it's almost like we're being asked to reward AltaGas's decision-making process in terms of who they acquire and how they're doing in that acquisition.
A couple of points to that.
Please.
In my 25 plus years of doing rewards programs, everywhere I've worked, the LTI plan has been measured at the enterprise-wide level, including my past stint in the energy industry. Washington Gas is not a publicly traded company, so we couldn't have a share-based equity program as an option. Furthermore, when we look at total compensation for our employees, we look at the various rewards components, base pay, variable pay, which would include short-term and long-term incentives, and the benefits, of course, healthcare and retirement. We look at non-monetary items such as professional development. A key component of that benchmarking work that we've done when we look at what our peers do includes a long-term incentive component for our executive population to serve as that key retention tool that I mentioned earlier. I think we would put ourselves at a significant disadvantage if we didn't offer something in that regard.
Okay, but when you're talking about other enterprises, are all of those other enterprises regulated? I mean, you know, when a company is regulated, things are a little bit different.
Are you asking within the AltaGas portfolio?
Well, I'm asking, you said you have 25 years of experience doing LTI. I mean, are the companies that you have had this experience with all regulated or
Not
involved?
all of them, but one of them included regulated utilities, yes.
So one of them did, and how many of the others that you've had experience with involved regulated entities?
That was my only prior stint in the energy industry.
Okay, so in terms of all of your other past experiences where it's worked really well, it's involved an enterprise that involves affiliates that or subsidiaries that were not part of a regulated industry.
While that's true, I have not noticed material changes in the plan designs.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No questions for me, so.
That concludes the company's case, Your Honor. I would ask for just one request that Washington Gas's witnesses be excused from being immediately available in the hearing room and from reappearing in this case without a decent amount of notice, at least a couple hours.
I think we can accommodate that, so. All right, so I think we're going to call it a day. And then tomorrow we have Mr. Oliver, correct? And then moving on to OPC's
We have
witnesses.
3 witnesses.
Yeah, okay. All righty, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just to verify, you have 3 on the bench tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Doing
So,
the hospital outpatient.